Hey, mm, not bad. Got a bowl for that, man. Day been a rough day, man. I lost my other phone, man. Can't find my other phone. The first time I've gone this long without being able to locate my phone. Starting to get worried, man. I've looked everywhere. Still can't find my damn phone. Uh, uh. What's up? Salute to everybody. Salute to everybody, man. Yeah, January 20th, man. I'm dropping I'm dropping my next single January 20th. January 20th. January 20th. Jesus Christ. January 20th. Next single comes out. Yeah, man, I'm really excited about this single, man. I'm really excited, man. Country, man. Country again, man. Yeah, my next single's gonna be country music, man. Country music, man. Salute to everybody watching on Rumble, man. Let me see. Let me show y'all something, man. Salute to all you guys, man. Salute to everybody here early. I know it's a lot of people don't be expecting me to start early, man. Yeah, Country King, man. I'm the country king. I might name my album that Country Kings. I can't believe I'm still fucked up that I can't find my damn phone, man. Where the fuck is my phone? Who's Lead Belly? Salute to Nate Ways, man. Salute the bike. Bike coming through with the cash app. Salute the bike. Bike man. Yeah, you know what? My first single, the one I dropped in December, I'm re-releasing that sometime later in the year. I'm gonna get a guy to remix to mix and master it. That song was I didn't even realize that song wasn't even mixed and mastered. And it wasn't made I didn't get it done right. That was more like a demo. The first single I made, Peggy Sue, that was more like a demo. I'm gonna re-release that later in the year, get it mixed and mastered and spruced up, and I'm gonna re-release that because I felt like that song should have done better. But now that I got professional mixer and master and production, the production is good on Peggy Sue, but it just isn't mixed and mastered right. Now that I got this next song I just did, it sounds like I think it's great. I think y'all gonna be very happy with that. I think y'all gonna really like that. This next song I made. Oh, Lead Belly was a famous blues singer. Salute to Lead Belly. He said, I got an album named Fuck Around. That's right. That's right. Mm. Uh, we about to get into it, man. We about to get into it, man. Yeah, man. I didn't know I had 15 million views on this channel, man. Honestly, man, I was shocked when they told me this, man. I didn't know I had 15 million views on this channel because this channel has been shadow banned for going on 3 years now. This channel's been severely shadow banned for going on 3 years. And I mean shadow banned. This channel's been shadow banned, Jack. Yeah, this is a live stream, man. I'm live, man. You can tell I'm live Well, actually, I don't know. You can tell I'm live by it says how many people. No, no, I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised I got 15 million views on this channel, man. When they sent me this, I was shocked. I'm not even gonna lie. I was floored. Cause this channel's been around what four 2019, 2020, 21, 22. This channel's been around 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. I don't know. Maybe this is the fifth year coming into. I was shocked. I was shocked though. But salute to y'all, man. That's a testament to Ock Nation, man. Make sure you hit the PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, support the channel. I had no idea, man. I was floored by this, man. I was floored by that, man. Salute to my man Innate Ways, man. Yeah. Salute to my man Innate Ways. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I got a cool million just off of my off of my Breonna Taylor um off of my Breonna Taylor masterpiece, that series. I think I got a million off of that. I want where did the other 14 million come from? I'm floored by that, man. I had no idea I had that many views on this channel, man. I don't keep up with views like that because you know I'm shadow man. Imagine how many views them other channels get. I want to know how many views Brandon Tatum gets, man. I want to know how many views he gets in a year, or ABL, or um, Black Conservative Perspective. I want to see how many views they get in a year, man. Salute to Nate Ways, man. Ock Nation Hall of Famer, man. Old school. Another Ock Nation Hall of Famer, man. Old school, dropping it like it's hot. He said, "You told us to share, so we did." I don't think everybody shares, man. Maybe you do, but not everybody. That's a salute, man. That's a huge number, 15 million. And that's just on this channel. That's not on any of my other channels combined. That's just for this channel. That's not my Ock Nation TV channel or my Ock Nation Productions channel, formerly known as Living Room Gangster, or Ock Nation Gold, which some people are watching this on now. Salute, man. PL Sandridge coming through again, man. Salute to you, bro. He says, "Ock, the truth you bring and the presentation are exceptional." Yeah, man. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot, man. That means a lot, man. We got Hot Black in the building. What's up, Hot Black?
Not much, man. Congratulations on the 15 million, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, man, because I'm shadow banned so heavily. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, man, they should be getting a lot more views. They should be getting like 40,000 views, not 4,000 views.
Yeah, and I got 15 million just like chunk off those little view counts. It's amazing.
What's your
man.
subscriber count?
I'm 42. I think I'm still stuck at 42. Yeah, 42.95. 42,958. And I've been at 40. I got the 40,000 in 2020.
Well, everybody needs to be showing up. Shit.
In 2020, I got the 40,000. So I've gotten less than 3,000 subs since the beginning of 2020.
Makes sense. Makes sense, right? More pop.
Hello?
Hey, I got to come back. My mic's screwing up.
Okay. Salute to the lovely Mary M, man. Congrats. Glad the word is getting out. Just got off the night shift for a while. I spread your channel to friends at the hospital. Yeah. I mean, I just wonder how much those other channels get, because for 15 million views on this channel, my videos get like 2,000 views. When I drop a video, a pre-recorded video, it gets like 2,000 views. It's crazy. I wonder how much I got on my other channel. I gotta look. I'm gonna look and see how much I got on the other channel. But yeah, so salute to Ock Nation, man. 15 million views, man, on this channel alone, man. And that's definitely something that I couldn't do without you guys, man. 15 million views on this channel alone. Salute to you guys, man. That's amazing, man. What's up, Alexander Barron, man?
You like the glasses?
Yeah, man. How the day for the dog? The day hot, right?
You should like them. It cost me $400.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's with the test and everything.
Oh man, that's glider privilege, man.
You were saying the other week about people being banned, weren't you, from clubs or something?
People being banned from what?
Clubs, something like that. I found a couple of old press cuttings from here you might like. There's one who's flattering and the other is not so. I don't find this. Oh dear. No, I've lost that. It was from the news. I'll find it from the News of the World. It was back in the 1970s. Because there's never been segregation here, you know, as such. But there were sort of unofficial colour bars and things. And
you got? Can you get to it, man?
No, I can't. I can't find. It was an article from the News of the World about a pub landlord saying that he wouldn't allow blacks in, and it calls it bumpers. But there's a rather interesting one here. This is from Melody Maker, December 24th, 1966. Page 3. Is a colour bar of British pop. Oh, there's another one.
Send it to me, man, because we can't even understand what you're saying, man.
Groups boycott colour bar, Midland Club. I'll send you those two. Yeah.
Yeah, send it to me, man.
Hey, Darkman, speak English.
Yeah, man.
I'm honestly kidding. You're speaking a real English.
So salute to MILF Mandy. MILF Mandy says, "Ak, it's official. We are a legion." Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, man. I had no idea I had this many views, man. I mean, what do you think? What do you think these guys, these other guys get, and the other black guys on YouTube, man? They got to be getting what 15 million a day, right?
They gotta be killing it because again, you get like what 3-4K. They're getting like more than that, which you should be getting more,
300K. They getting like 300, 500K a video.
right? Which you should be getting, but whatever.
That's all right. I mean, you know what, man?
So you
Listen,
getting 15 million? It's fucking a lot. I think it's insane.
that's crazy. This
Hey,
channel
I
ain't
got-
been around for years. Go ahead.
Hey, quick question. I saw in the comments that my the picture I got is distasteful. What do you think? Should I take it down? The
What
bullet?
is it? I don't even know what it is.
It's a bullet playing basketball.
Oh,
A bullet playing basketball.
That's hysterical. Salute to Unij, man. It's Unij with the cash app. What's going on? DC Tony in the building. What's happening, man?
I just sent it to you.
Thank you. You muted DC Tony. We can't hear you, man. You something wrong. I know you're not muted. You're not muted on StreamYard. You're muted. That's your thing. You're muted. Like your own mic is muted. But go ahead, get yourself together, DC Tony. We can't hear you. You talking to yourself. We got Male Monkey in the building, man. The
Uh-oh.
monkeyiest one.
What's up, gentlemen?
The mayonnaise monkey.
Yeah.
man.
I think they're screwing your numbers, man. I think they're telling you got like 400 viewers when you got like 4,000.
I don't
So-
know, man.
so are they
It's very
paying with,
hard to
his
do
money?
that. It's really hard to do. Yeah, that's a lawsuit. Because that would be a money thing. They'd have to be very careful doing something like that because I could sue them because you know what I'm saying. Technically, even though my mind ain't monetized, even though none of my live streams are monetized, it's still technically they could.
Well, how many videos you got on this channel?
Oh, that's a good question, man.
You know,
That is a
because you
good
could go
question.
through and add them up.
Let me see how many videos I wonder how many videos I do have on this channel. Let me see. That's a hell of a question, man. That's a great question, man. You know, that is a great question, man. I never even I looked at that maybe a few years ago when I had like 5,000 videos, and I haven't looked in a while, but I know it's a lot. I know it's a shit ton. I got a shit ton of videos. You heard me?
Yeah.
I mean
I
a
can hear you.
shit ton. Because I got a lot of fucking videos, man. I got a lot of fucking videos, man. I would say maybe on this channel, let me see. I got a lot of fucking videos, man. A lot. It's put like this, man. Let me do all time. How many videos do I have on? Let me see. See my all time stats on this channel. Yeah, it's taking a while to load. But yeah, I got a great show for you guys, man, today, man. A great show. I mean, a great show. A phenomenal show for you guys today. We gonna get into a lot of shit today, man. It won't tell me how many videos I got for some reason. I can imagine it's because it's a lot. But yeah. Anyway, okay. Here is this it? Is this it? Let me see videos. Nah, they won't tell me how many videos I got. I'll find out though. I'll get to that. I'll find out how many videos I got one day. I know that I have, even on this channel, I had hundreds of live streams too. That's not counting the live streams too. Um, but yeah, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it, man. Great show for you guys tonight. Salute to everybody coming through, man. Um, everything's cool. I just can't find my phone. That shit is blowing me. My phone's got to be somewhere around this friggin' house. I can't find it. It's really ticking me off.
Well, the Obama phone.
Nah, I got two phones. I have a personal phone and I have a phone for this channel, making my videos. When I used to make my videos on my phone, and I can't find that phone. But I found a salute to Christy Webster. You know Christy Webster. You know how she come through, man. Give Christy a round of applause. Christy always comes through, man. Christy is the lifeblood of this channel, man. I'm telling you that, man. If it wasn't for Christy, man, some days I get out of bed, I take my nap, I would just sleep through the night if it wasn't for Christy, man. I can't let people like her down, man. I can't let Christy down some nights when I'm tired, man. I be sleeping on the couch, taking my little nap. I'll be like counting Z's. Because when you got the CPAP, tell them, man, when you got that CPAP on, that's some good sleeping, ain't it? That's some good sleep, Jack. That CPAP put you in the zone, man. Be like, man, I gotta get up, man. The fans need me, man. The loyal fans need me, man. But yeah, salute to Regular Degler. She says, have you ever heard of Dedrick Owens and Kayla Rowland? 6-year-old son kid who shot and killed a glider girl because she didn't kiss him. Send that to me. akintunde2@gmail.com. Send that to me. And speaking of that, let me just show y'all this. We'll get the stories. We'll get the ball rolling with this, man. Let me
You can't do anything to a 6-year-old.
yeah.
Take away from the parents, but you can't do anything with them.
Texas teenager charged with murdering 16-year-old runaway. Texas teenager charged with murdering 16-year-old runaway in motel is suspected drug deal gone wrong. I tell you guys, man, stop buying drugs from Sun Teens, man. Either the drugs gonna kill you, they can give you something laced with fentanyl, or they gonna kill you. A Texas high school student has been charged with capital murder in the death of a 16-year-old runaway during a suspected drug deal gone wrong. Victoria Duran, 17, claims her boyfriend, who is a minor and has not been named publicly, shot Tyrone Fiaman dead. The Houston Chronicle reported deputies from Harris County Sheriff Office were called to the motel in West Houston after a report of a possible death in one of the rooms around 8 p.m. on December 16th. When they arrived, they found Duran with multiple gunshot wounds to his head, neck, back, and arm. Police believed he had been dead for several days, according to the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Duran told investigators she knew Fiaman as Knox and that he was her boyfriend's drug supplier. She said her boyfriend sold narcotics he got from him. Okay, so this is this guy right here is dead. He was killed in a drug deal going wrong, and this is his girlfriend.
Smash. Oh shit! Wait, what's her age?
Mhm.
She's 16.
Oh fuck no, man! No.
Nah, man, it's too late now, man. You already did it, man. You already smashed, man. You can't unsmash somebody, man. It's just real life, man. You be in jail, man. God damn, pervert.
Wow.
But yeah, drug deal gone wrong, man. Be careful about that, man. Let me get to this. Let me get to the main event.
Be careful in all things.
Yeah, just don't mess around, man, with the sun teens, man, when it comes to drugs, man. Unless you're a professional, man.
Or you want to die.
Yeah,
Buy your weed at the weed store. Pay the
yeah,
tax.
Yo,
yeah.
next time I see a 6-year-old Mimo again, I'm gonna just stay in my lane.
Yeah, man. Don't risk it,
I
man.
don't want to get shot, you know.
So yeah, let's learn about this Taqueria shooting, man. The mother
Uh-oh.
of the robber, man. She got something to say, man.
Oh shit.
Mother of the good boy.
It's been unreal
She
the
looks
last
rough.
couple of days because I didn't find out till Saturday. So it still feels unreal, but
Who called you on Saturday?
the medical examiner's office called me at 8:30 Saturday morning.
And when you heard the news, what went through your mind?
Can't be true. Not my son. That's not.
It wasn't a bullet like your boy. That's for damn sure.
He was a little angel.
Wow, I mean, just the delusion, man. And we're gonna get into this guy's criminal record too. This guy's got an extensive criminal record.
Can't be true. Not my son. That's not Eric. We know. Can't be. That's what went through my mind.
When was the last time you'd spoken to him?
Thursday morning
Audio's kind of screwed up.
was the last time he called me.
What is it? It's
Crackling.
crackling and snap, crackling and popping. Shit, motherfucker.
He told her he was at work, but did he lie though? He was definitely working.
Yeah,
Oh, he was
no
doing
doubt.
that work.
No doubt, man. I mean, he was getting it in. He was getting his issue, man.
He was doing that work until he got work done.
I sent you a super chat through Rumble.
Hey, look, I don't care, guys. I'm team elderly. Fuck the noise.
Yeah, just on principle, I'm team elderly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, tell me how my sound is.
And plus, I like an underdog.
He said, Mom, son to mother, I'm trying to be the best person I can be.
How's my sound?
It sounded a little better.
Still crackling?
I don't know. Play it again.
And he called me.
What do you say?
He said, Mom, son,
Sounds a lot better.
I'm trying to be the best person I can be. Mom, I had to clear the matter. Eric doesn't have a lengthy criminal record. Eric got in trouble and went straight to penitentiary in 2015 and did 7 years flat.
Oh, yeah. Much better.
What do you think he did? We gotta guess what he did.
Oh shit! These people are hysterical, man.
So he didn't have the chance, then, is essentially what we're saying here.
Wow.
Would it only be like that for all the little gremlin problem we have out here, man? I mean, if only we dealt with all of them like that.
Wow. I'm even floored by this.
Eric got in trouble and went straight to penitentiary in 2015 and did 7 years flat. And once he got out, he got his license. He got mechanical engineer, mechanical license. He started working, he was striving because he said, Mom, when you send someone to penitentiary, it breaks you. You don't know what I endure. So little by little, he was letting me and his sister know and understand, but he was striving and he kept going. He kept going. And he's not the monster people picture him to be. He's my son. He's kind, he's gentle. He never met a stranger. To know Eric is to love Eric. He's a good father.
Were any of those people
He didn't meet strangers. He just robbed them.
right? Those people in that Taqueria, man.
This is hard to believe, even for sister.
This is rough, man. This gotta be.
You're really stretching it.
Yeah, this severe copium.
If by the end of the year we have a more, I think she might be the most delusional sister of 2023, and it's only. Listen, I would be shocked if we see another more delusional sister for the rest of this year. This is delusional.
Got an early start.
Yo, listen, man. She's preseason number 1, man.
Gentle. He never met a stranger. To know Eric is to love Eric. He's a good father, amazing brother, uncle. That's who Eric Washington is.
Yeah, uncle, right?
And I know without a shadow of a doubt, he would never hurt anyone. What he did, I don't condone. I don't. He knew better. He never said anything or made me think he would go this route. But he went in there to rob, which is not good. He was raised better than that. And he robbed, and he was headed out that door. And that man shot him 4 times. And I know when you do something wrong, there's a chance you could die. I understand that. But for him to be shot 4 times in the back, leaving, and when he falls down and he shoots him 4 more times, and then when he go in his pocket and get the gun and realize it's a play gun and throw it, and then you shoot him in the head, and then you go back and get something and pour it on him, and then on your way out the door, you kick him. That don't sit well with me.
What y'all think about that, man? Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate at all.
Maybe we're all sick
pouring.
of
What the hell did he
America.
pour?
Yeah, I didn't see that part.
I didn't see him kick anybody. He found the plastic gun after he fired the last shot.
Man, somebody go watch it again, man. Just to make sure, man, because I can't show it here.
I mean,
I
yeah,
can't
he went a little bit farther than maybe was prescribed, but maybe people are fucking sick of this, you know? Maybe that's what's going on, mama.
I don't think I didn't see that. My memory may be a little foggy, but I didn't see all of that what you described.
I'm pretty sure he did put one in his head after he was on the ground.
Yeah, but I mean, listen to what she says.
Back leaving, and when he falls down and he shoots him 4 more times, and then when he go in his pocket and get the gun and realize it's a play gun and throw it, and then you shoot him in the head, and then you go back and get something and pour it on him, and then on your way out the door, you kick him. That don't sit well with me. I'm not looking at social media. I'm not looking at comments. People entitled to their opinion and to feel how they want to feel. I'm not angry with the people for feeling like they feel because they're entitled. I am hurt and I'm angry because of the way the situation, he just abused his body. He abused him. He was dead already. And that hurt. That hurts. If you felt a fear and you did shoot him, you stay there and you stand there and you talk to the law, you know. But what he did was, you don't do an animal. People go hunting and they shoot one bullet and something and it's dead. But to do a human being that was walking away, had his back turned. Come on. Didn't hurt anybody. He was wrong.
He didn't hurt anybody because everybody gave him the money.
And I love how now only rules of civil society apply
Yeah.
to
Right.
everybody else in this situation, never to them.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
know,
'cause
it's
you
like
don't
the
know any
Marcus or
better.
Queensberry rules of fucking dueling out there.
We're supposed to treat these guys like they're, you know, like they're children, right? But he doesn't know any better. Doesn't know right from wrong. Bullshit. And he's probably making TikTok videos in the pen anyway.
Well, for the record, he doesn't have an extensive criminal record because very early on he went to the pen and did 7 years. He just got
Good.
out last year.
And I guess went right back to jacking.
Georgia Swan says it's physically painful to listen to these people. Well, I'm about to torture you today. You about to get tortured today, Georgia Swan.
Talking to someone who didn't deserve to die.
I'm not saying.
Did you hear about Diamond?
Yeah, shout out to Diamond, man. Diamond the Silk, man. Shout out to her, man. R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to Diamond the Silk.
Jeff
Had his
Beck's
back turned. Come on. Didn't hurt anybody. He was wrong. I'm not saying Eric should have lived a life, whatever. When you make decisions, there's consequences. He was raised with that. My kids are. But to be gunned down like that,
That's not a hero.
that's not a hero. So if you stand for right and fairness, you'll stay there and you'll take whatever they have to give you, you know, and everything. I don't hate him. I can't hate him. But I want to know, why didn't you stop? If you had to kill him, I can deal with that. I can come to grips with that. He did something wrong. You don't get a reward. You might die. But why did you why did you do him like that? He was already gone.
There's so much focus now on that background, that aggravated robbery, the parole, and a man died as a result of that incident.
So he did an aggravated robbery when
Yeah.
someone died.
Yeah, no big deal.
This guy. Oh,
He don't
man.
have an
You notice
extensive
how she
record.
didn't cry.
Yeah.
There's not a single tear, and then she's right back
Wow.
in focus as soon as they
Man.
come to that. It's all a fucking front. And she's just lying her ass off.
She's not lying. I don't think she gets it. She just don't get it. I mean, wow.
No, she's looking for sympathy like they always do this shit. He could go in there and fucking drop a cinder block on 1,000 infants' heads, and if somebody shoots him, she's gonna say it's everybody
I know
else's
it's
fault.
wrong to drop a cinder block on the infant's head, but you didn't have to do him like that.
You didn't have to
Oh,
shoot him.
man.
That's just what some people
mean-
do.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Right. People don't like what I say, but I'm not wrong.
I'm
I'm trying to play devil advocate, but
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with an argument for that. I'll get back to you, man.
No, what they need to do is they need to hire some people to teach people how to be spies in the CIA because they're such good fucking liars.
I don't. You call it lying. I think that people just that they believe some of the shit.
We dissemble
mean-
like a professional over here.
Yeah,
They
it's,
would do good in that, I think. You're definitely right.
it's natural, but yeah, if you're not a Sun person, you can't be taught this. This is like Barry Sanders running the football. Like you can't teach
Yeah.
nobody to run like Barry Sanders. Only Barry Sanders
Right.
can run like Barry Sanders. Yeah, salute to PL Sanders, man. Yeah, video, no kick, nothing thrown on the perp. Yeah, man, that's what we figured, man. Didn't see none of that. But yeah, so he his last robbery, someone died. So it's safe to assume that, man, had these people not had his gun been real, man. That's the only
yeah.
place she got to stand on, is that the gun wasn't real.
And that's only because he couldn't get his hands on a real one.
Yeah.
But why did you do him like that? He was already gone.
There's so much focus now on that background, that aggravated robbery, the parole, and a man died as a result of that incident. What were your conversations like with Eric when you found out about that?
About that, when he was at that robbery, at that time, he was the door holder. But you know, you shouldn't have been that period. Don't get me wrong. He was holding the door. The guy went in and did the robbery. The man got shot by accident. You know.
It always starts by the door holder, right?
Shot by accident. Oh yeah,
This
yeah.
line.
We really believe you.
He was a
Full of
bellhop,
shit.
man. That's all that he was. He was the bellhop.
My boy was a door holder.
Like, this is what gliders don't get. It's like some people can do this shit and not feel a damn thing.
Yeah, they assume everybody has a certain feeling of guilt or shame or something, but everybody don't.
Yeah, this is just fucking weaving a bullshit web. And gliders are like, oh wow, I had no idea. It's like, no, she's a fucking dumb bitch, and I'm glad her kid is dead.
Well,
It's just like the elevator or the shoe shine boy in Tulsa. He just happened to fall on that girl and rip her shirt.
Dick Rowland, man. That's Dick Rowland. Old Dick Rowland started a whole bunch of trouble, man.
Trying to rewrite history over here. We know
Hey,
what
now.
happened in the Tulsa race massacre,
Let
genocide.
me put it this
Wall
way.
Street.
As the mother there, you defending him like this makes me more glad that he is dead, because then you can't apologize for him anymore. Now he's just gone.
Right.
About that, when he was at that robbery, at that time, he was the door holder. But you know, you shouldn't have been up here. You don't get me wrong. He was holding the door. The guy
He
went
was the
in
door holder.
and did the robbery. The man got shot by accident. You know, he ran. We went to trial. The jury said probation. You understand me? Probation. The judge and the DA prosecutor said we have to give him something because someone was murdered. They gave him 15. He did 7. He was never in and out of jail as a juvenile. He did 7. It broke him. It crushed him, but he still tried to be.
Why do you think he did what he did last Thursday?
What I think he was when he was going through things and with his baby mama thing, and he was just, I don't know. I really can't say why because I am not in his head. You know, I ask myself that. You know how many times I say why? We understand nobody knew that was a fake
like
gun when he walked in there.
You know what's the problem that we have with society when it comes to it like this is that there's a large section of people that want you to be fair to a group of people who don't want to be fair to other people, or they want you to be humane to people who's not humane to other people.
Right.
And that's it. Now I guarantee you couldn't find any video of this wrinkle-faced bitch apologizing for the person that died in an armed robbery her son was involved in.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Definitely. They don't see the shoe on the other foot. You know, it's jarring when somebody says, "Oh, I'm glad that kid is dead." But if you stop and think about it, look at what his life trajectory is. He's out here out on the street, contributing to people being killed and everything else. So, you know, I can't argue with that.
But you know something? When one of these white boys jump from an airplane, skydiving and die, or get eaten by the fucking lion for trying to feed him, they always say he died doing what he loved. Well, guess what? This motherfucker died doing what he loved to do.
Facts.
You know what? Philosophically, that is one good way to look at it on some level. Definitely.
That's what a lot of people just don't get about the current crime
I'm
spree is that it's recreation.
I'm rejoicing for him. He died doing what he loved to do.
He died doing what he loved. That's profound. I dig that. I like that.
Yeah. So,
No,
I mean,
they fear for their life. I get this. I would have been the same way.
In this case now being turned over to a grand jury for them to decide if the shooter will face any charges. What do you hope comes out of that?
I hope justice be served. I hope he gets some time.
Probation.
You didn't care about justice for his victim.
Justice. The problem is, you know what? This woman, she's well put together. There's this man by her side. They don't look like people from the hood, like from the streets or something.
They
may well be. But what I'm saying is, when you look at them, this is what makes things so sad. How is she? She sounds like a reasonable woman in front of the camera. How the hell does she raise a boy that's out here like that?
Hold on,
robbing a restaurant and shit.
She doesn't sound reasonable at all, man.
Well, no. No, not the content of what she's saying. What I'm saying is she don't look like a crazy woman. You know what I mean? Like she looks like somebody who would be a reasonable person. She's put together. You know what I mean? You don't
Now,
you know, I don't automatically see hood rats or some shit.
You cracking up real bad too. Get your mic together, bro. You cracking up.
Oh, my bad.
The key terminology within a reasonable person is reasoning. That means being able to know honey from shit. And unfortunately, this woman right here can't. You know, she's so caught up into, you know, the emotional side of what's going on. You know, that is why I've explained to my children, if you get into trouble, I will ridicule your ass from the galley, because I've taught you better. It depending on the situation, I've taught my children better. And unfortunately, the guy that's sitting next to her in the in this video knows that if he does wrong, she's gonna be right. And that's a problem that we have in society right now.
Yeah. Salute. Let me drop somebody, man. We got my man Razzle in the back, man.
I got you. Go ahead, man.
Who's that? Oh, you gone? All right, Tony. Take it easy, man.
My man's eye seems right eye seems a little bit lower than the other one.
Yeah, he lazy eye, man. Hey,
you got some goon shit going on or something, huh?
Tracy McGrady. What's going on, Razzle, man? How long have you been watching, man?
For a second, you know, it takes me a while to figure out how to hook it up. I just saw her like cop and please and said that her son was doing good because he had a license. That was it. And then
yeah, man. Black person get a license, man. You know the Democrats say that we can't get a license.
He's stuck, man. He's really doing the most. He got a license and everything. Did you say what he went to jail for? I don't know anything. I'm gonna be quiet, just kind of lay back.
Previous robbery, he was only holding the door. The other guy went in and did the robbery, and the man died. The other guy shot the man by accident. And her son ended up getting 15 years and did 7 for it. He just got out last year.
I found a case of a guy with the same name. I don't know if it's him.
Hey, Act. Something doesn't sound right about that story, sir. And let me explain to you what doesn't sound right. This happened in the state of Texas. In the state of Texas, the accomplice gets the same penalty as the principal. So explain to me how he got 7 years for even at the minimum armed robbery. How he got 7 years for an armed robbery when in the state of Texas it carried, even as a first offender, and this was an aggravating circumstance where somebody died, and he got less than 20. Something is wrong with that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, put it in the back chat if you got it, Alexander.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mention a death, but I'll just put a link here.
Yeah,
it's down there in Washington. It sounds like it could be him. Got 66 months.
Being.
Put it back in the back chat.
Yeah,
I hope he gets some time and to think about that. That's a human being, not just somebody's child, but a human being. I can imagine right now how he feeling. If he's human, he didn't treat my son like a human. But if you do that, you gotta hurt. You gotta feel something after a while, and you gotta say, "I wish I could have, should have done it different." You understand?
So now looking back on that phone call, the last phone call that you had with Eric, is there anything that you wish you could have said to him? If you could have known that, you know, he was thinking about doing something like this, is there anything that you wish you could have said to him?
I was at work, so I'm working. I answered the phone. I'm putting him on hold. I'm saying, son, we went through 7 years together. Whatever this is going on, this new case thing, we're gonna go through this together. Okay, Mom. Okay, Mom. I'm just the devil. Always busy, Mom. Every time I do good and rise, somebody was pulling me down. Man, I say, baby, we'll talk later. I'm at work.
And this woman sounds reasonable.
And that was it.
About the previous crime they talked to the family of the man who was killed in the previous robbery.
Right.
They released a statement and they essentially called Eric a monster.
Right.
You know, for them, it took their father. It took
Right.
They're the owner of this business shop. It took so many different things away from them. And
Right.
they've, had a loss since then. Is there anything that you would like to say in response to that?
They're entitled to their opinion. Yeah, and I
She don't have think about it. That was her chance to say, I feel sorry for them. My condolences for them. This is what I think he was talking about. I forgot who said it a few minutes ago. Black people, we're not wired like that. We don't feel guilt like that. Now there's levels to it. We feel guilt, but it's on a different end of the spectrum than Gladys. That's why Gladys commits suicide, because they feel bad. We don't commit suicide in large in large numbers because things don't bother us like that, man. A normal person with this softball that she threw right down the center of the plate at like 40 miles per hour. Go ahead, Mom, hit this out the park. What do you have to say to the fucking people the man who died family in the first robbery that your son did? And she whiffed. She whiffed. She not only whiffed, she whiffed. The bat flew out of her hand and hit a toddler in the fucking cheap seats.
Hey, she's entitled to her opinion too, though. You know what I mean? Like she didn't even it didn't even dawn on her like, oh yeah, my son did that. He caused pain that I'm feeling right now. It's a myopic point of view. They can't look past, these ladies can't seem to look past their own needs. The only time they feel bad is when some bad shit happens.
I found a report. Do you want me to play it?
No, put it in the back chat. I'll play it.
It's a video. We should hear the audio.
No, put it in the back chat.
Robert.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Shot dead by a customer at a Southwest Houston taqueria has a history of violent crime in the city.
No, put it in the back chat, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna play it. Okay,
right.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's a really bad boy.
Yeah, he's not that great of a guy.
Right.
You got that?
They released a statement and they essentially called Eric a monster.
Right.
For them, they took their father. It took
right.
The owner of this business shop. It took so many different things away from them. And
Right.
they've, had a loss since then. Is there anything that you would like to say in response to that?
They're entitled to their opinion. Yeah, and I get that. He's not a monster. He was there. He did not kill their father, but he was there and their father got killed. And that I am sorry for. I never got to say that to them, but I'm sorry for that. But they're entitled to say what they want to say. I'm not bitter. I'm not an angry person. I respect that. Because that's how I was raised. And that's how I tried to raise Eric. So I'm not mad at him.
Well, ma'am, you failed.
Here at the testing studio,
that's
you
big of
can
her.
see these bullet holes right through the window. You also
Okay.
find
So yeah, let's get this.
What's it been like for
Hold
you
on.
the last?
Let's get this taqueria. I'm trying to find more about this. I'm trying to find the thing you just sent me. I'm trying to find it on
studio.
Huh?
Just chat with everyone in the studio.
Huh?
I'll email it anyway.
Yo, I would have said I'd have reset it as a reporter. I'd be like, yes, he died just like your son died, except for he was a business owner and not dying being a piece of shit.
Doing nothing wrong.
That same taco shop was just broken into and robbed yesterday.
In her defense,
that same taco shop was broken into and robbed yesterday.
Wow.
Holy shit.
In her defense,
I got a link to it in the back chat.
in her defense, man, she said she didn't raise him that way, and I believe her. I really do.
Well,
the problem is
he got busted like that. Who raised him then?
No, I believe that she didn't. I believe. Hear me out, man. Hear me out. I believe in my heart, in my whole heart, that she didn't raise him that way. The problem is nobody's telling this bitch she failed. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Brady
raised by.
pass. You know, he overthrew him. That's just the reality of it. You know, the bitch failed. And that's what nobody's telling them.
I've just emailed it to you as well.
She didn't think she raised him that way, but she raised him that way because he did it a couple times.
She don't think, it's bigger than that. She don't think she failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see some. Let me see.
Not even 1 week after a robber was shot and killed by a customer in a Texas stop.
The door is being fixed here at El Ranchito number 4 after someone crowbarred their way inside. They got away with money too, but that's only one part of this story because the owner here, well, he just wants a break. His Kia crowbar that got him in after a few heave-hoes. Door open, a beeline to gambling machines at his immediate left. 6 seconds later.
Alarm, front door.
La alarma me habló.
Pedro Lopez owns the taqueria, says the burglary occurred overnight Tuesday. And while the gambling machines were first up,
Y me robaron el dinero de la registradora.
he finished with a trip to the cash register 2 minutes after breaking in.
That's a sad man. You look at the walk. Look at the gate.
Cash register 2 minutes after breaking in, all while the alarm sounded seemingly unfazed.
Unfazed by the alarm.
Lopez says the burglar got $100 from the cash register. He doesn't know how much he got from the gambling machines, which Tuesday bore bruising from the cash grab. But as patrons dined amidst the mess, this burglary too close too soon after a deadly encounter in this very room.
Some people, that some man walked up in there and just no worries, just
El Ranchito Taqueria is hot, man.
He went nowhere in the neighborhood of running.
Last week, a man shot a robber inside who waved what turned out to be a fake gun at diners, stealing their money before another diner shot him dead. No charges filed in that case. No suspect meantime on Tuesday's burglary.
Yeah.
All of it too much for Pedro Lopez, who says he just wants to run his business without threat of yet another alarm. As the repairs continue here, HPD is on this case. Anyone who may recognize anyone in that video is being asked to give Houston Police a call. On the southwest side, I'm Brandon Walker.
Wow. Unfucking believable.
What you guys probably overlooked was the first shot that made that was justified was as he was exiting the door, he had the gun pointed toward someone that was sitting to his left. If that person was not sitting there, he probably would have had a hard time proving a justifiable murder.
Which is that's a damn shame.
Yeah, he would have had a hard time.
He had also made a couple laps around there. He headed back towards the door before and then made a lap around and gone after somebody else. So until he walks out the door, you don't have that right now.
No.
The robbery is still active.
What I'm saying, legally, the only thing, if someone wasn't sitting there, someone had to have been on the outside that the shooter, the hero, had seen. He had to say that he was protecting that person from the person with the supposed fake gun. That's the way the
lawyer. And he went and lawyered up first. He didn't talk to the police first. So I'm sure he's seen the video and he knows, and his lawyer knows how to.
It was a good shot. It was a good justified shot. Yeah, it was.
So do you like that law? Do you like that law? Do you like that law? I'm just kind of curious.
I mean, I can't say I like it or don't like it. I'm just I'm an avid person of the law. So I'm just saying what would have happened in the event that no one was sitting right there. Someone would have had to have been outside for the person who shot him to say that I was protecting that person outside from facing this guy with the gun.
No, because he's in the middle of commencing a
That could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
The restaurant robber shot dead by a customer at a Southwest Houston taqueria has a history of violent crime in the city. He's even spent time in jail for his role in a robbery where a business owner was killed.
And all new tonight, that victim's family coming forward, praising the customer's actions just hours after his first face-to-face meeting with police. ABC 13's Jessica Willey live with the latest tonight. Jessica.
Yeah, Eric, powerful reaction from the sons of Hamid Warch. He owned a cell phone store in 2013 and was shot in the back after pulling a silent alarm during a robbery.
Shot in the back. Oh,
Wow.
shit. How apropos.
Well, fast forward.
He didn't
10
deserve
years,
that.
His sons have seen that dramatic video and praised the armed customer who intervened. For 30 seconds last Thursday night, diners and employees ducked for cover and gave up their cash to a masked man with what appeared to be a gun. As he headed for the door, an armed customer took out his gun and fired 8 shots, killing the man now identified as Eric Eugene Washington.
That's a good look.
Nah, Eric, man.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
One of the, I think, Battle Elf asked if I passed the bar. Give me 1 second.
Ooh.
Here's my bar card for the state of Louisiana. I'm an attorney, sir.
Okay, that's wonderful, man. Salute to you, man. See, he passed the bar, man. Son, man.
A 30-year-old with a violent criminal history. According to court records, Washington was out of jail on bond for a misdemeanor domestic assault charge while on parole for an aggravated robbery.
So he was on parole. He gets arrested for domestic assault and gets out on bond. That's supposed to be stepped back. You're supposed to get stepped back if you're on parole. If you're on parole and you do that, you're supposed to get stepped back, right?
Yeah, if you're on parole for a 15-year sentence, you should be back serving that 15-year sentence.
Yeah, the
He
rest of
thought he was playing it safe by actually having a fake gun, but nah, sir. Nope, that don't work.
He did not know the law.
With a deadly weapon. Court records showed 10 years before Washington walked into this taqueria, he was with 2 other men robbing this Boost Mobile store. It was February of 2013. Hamid Warch, a father of 3 sons, was the owner. He was shot in the back with his fiancée and customers nearby.
Wow.
Washington was convicted on the lesser robbery charge. Tonight, Warch's son saying, quote, Eric was an evil criminal that took joy harassing and robbing innocent families. Washington was paroled in 2021, records show, after serving about 6 years on a 15-year sentence. Police say the gun he had in this robbery turned out to be a plastic pistol.
I know there's a lot of question about the use of a gun that turns out not to be, a real firearm. That really doesn't
Pointless under
make
the
a
law.
difference
It
because
matters
it was
the same.
being used as a real firearm.
The attorney of the shooter who left the restaurant and only today spoke with detectives said in a statement to ABC 13, taking a human life is something he does not take lightly and will burden him for the rest of his life. He wishes to remain anonymous. A grand jury will decide if what he did was criminal. Warch's 2 sons have made their decisions. Quote, the individual at the taqueria is a true hero. And if the guy who stopped Eric was around 10 years ago, maybe I'd still have my dad.
Wow.
Jessica Willey, ABC 13.
Wow.
You tell him, Sandson man.
Yeah, man. That's killed that
Sandson man said, "Fuck that son man. Put him in jail. Put him in the ground."
With that first case, in Texas they call it the law of parties, but everywhere else they call it joint enterprise. If 2 men go to commit a crime and one kills somebody, they can both be convicted of murder. So
That's what I said earlier.
In Florida, it's that way. In Florida,
That's what I said earlier. In Texas, the accomplice gets the same as the principal.
It's like in Britain too, and a lot of other places, I think.
Let me get into some more shit that's going on in this country, man.
You need to take a trip to New Orleans.
Yeesh.
Here at the tattoo studio, you can still see these bullet holes right through the window. You'll also find flowers that people have been leaving here right outside the front door.
There's a male yelling, "Give me the money, I'm going to shoot."
This dispatcher is relaying what's playing out on the other side of a 911 call.
There's another male in the background saying that he doesn't have $2,500 on him.
It happened here Sunday at the Stay Gold Tattoo Studio off Ohio Pike.
The male on the line saying he doesn't want to die, offering to take the mail to the bank.
Brian Wilson was killed. He owned this shop.
The poor man was laying there dead in the road.
Kimberly Jean Paidley was out getting coffee.
I hear bang, 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 bang.
Peggy Bundy.
Shot me down, bang, bang.
Holy shit.
I hear bang, 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 bang.
The fuck?
And I see a man with a gun.
A viewer sent us this video as Michael Guilfoyle Jr. was confronted by law enforcement.
Keep down his head. I don't know what to do, man. My life's over.
According to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, Guilfoyle confessed to the shooting.
In the 21 years I've been doing this, this is one of the most disturbing fact patterns I've ever heard.
Prosecutors say Wilson pled for his life and tried to run away. Guilfoyle now faces an aggravated murder charge and aggravated.
Yes! Gliders.
Gliders got it, yeah.
I just did that Tiger Woods thing. I just did the Tiger Woods fist pump.
Yeah, man.
Got rid of that goose egg. Look at that. Oh,
Yeah,
buddy.
man. This is
He's
what
looking shifty now.
This is what crime. He said this is the worst fact pattern he heard. Listen to this detective talk about this.
Jr. was confronted by
But
law
did you hear what this? Did you hear what this glider said? Listen
My
to this
life's
guy.
over.
video as
Yeah,
Michael
you're right.
Guilfoyle Jr. was
Shame.
confronted by law enforcement.
Keep down his head. I don't know what to do, man. My life's over.
According to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, Guilfoyle confessed to the shooting.
In the 21 years I've been doing this, this is one of the most disturbing fact patterns I've ever heard.
Prosecutors say Wilson pled for his life and tried to run away. Guilfoyle now faces an aggravated murder charge and aggravated robbery.
Murder over money. I mean, that's evil. What's this world coming to?
A judge set Guilfoyle Jr.'s bond at $5 million with the condition he's
$5 million.
Yo, if he was a 17, his bond would have been what?
He's-
$500.
He's probably gonna get off because they didn't take him to Waffle House.
$11 to buy.
Yo,
and low key that
million?
a zillion billion.
God, dog. Yo, that's like the highest bond I've ever heard of, and I've been doing this for a while, man. 5 million, like you did. If
That was higher than Kyle Rittenhouse's, and Kyle had to pay the full $2 million before he could get out.
Yo,
You know what that's saying though? It's just saying we expect more from you
He did shoot
gliders.
this guy
Exactly,
17 times.
exactly. Yeah,
This guy's
well,
a piece of shit.
Yeah, he did shoot him 17 times. That just fucked up. But you know, like I mean, like Sun teams. We see the Sun.
Oh,
man,
I'm
we
not
don't get into
defending it.
that.
I'm just comparing and contrasting.
Yeah, the Sun man ain't getting no,
No doubt,
5
no
million.
doubt.
You will never see a Sun man get a $5 million buck.
away from the victim's family. His next court appearance is expected to be January 19th in Batavia Township. Madeline Ottley, WCPO 9 News.
All right.
Might have to start hiring attendants during special events like Saints or Pels games.
An ordinance
Oh,
was
here we
forwarded
go.
today, but the owners of those lots, they're now saying this will put their attendants in a dangerous position. Erica Farino joining us now live with details from one of the parking lots. Erica, that parking lot was recently hit during the game.
It was. This parking lot was full of cars during the Saints game while fans were inside the Superdome, but many of them came back to busted windows and a lot of broken glass. And this is nothing new. This also happened recently at a Pelicans game, but now the city council is trying to figure out different ways to stop it.
So this is supposed to be a victimless crime. Black people should say, well, you know, just breaking in the cars, man. It's no big deal, man. If I went outside tomorrow, and just think about it, everybody. You go outside tomorrow, your car window's broken, and your car's rummaged through, shit's all over the place, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a victim. That's not just, it may be a little petty thing to somebody else, but to you, that's not petty, man. It ruined your fucking day, man.
Well,
And you got the whole block too.
Here's the mentality. The reason why they're targeting those particular areas is because there's a lot of tourists that come in town for either the Saints game or the Pelicans game. The tourists know that this is a very dangerous city, so they choose to bring their guns with them. Now, they can't bring their guns inside the arena, so what do they leave them? In the car.
Oh, wow, that's deep.
So the kids are actually looking for guns.
Saints fans left the Superdome Sunday already disappointed after a tough end to the season, only to find their car windows smashed in. Dozens of cars were burglarized, including inside a garage where a security guard was on duty. He alerted police, who arrested 3 young men.
They went into a parking lot with an attendant who called the police. That's how they were caught.
That's why the New Orleans City Council Community Development Committee approved an ordinance Wednesday that would require private parking lots to hire live attendants during special events in the CBD or French Quarter, like Saints games, concerts, and any event with at least 10,000 people.
Act as a deterrent against criminal conduct and make regular patrols to address any issues.
It would apply to lots within a 10-block radius of the Superdome or Smoothie King Center and a 5-block.
All they gonna do is get a damn parking lot attendant killed, man.
Yeah, it's be one of them sisters from the rent a security.
Yeah.
You know what else will do that? Deal with that? You provide lockers that they can go and put their firearms in before they go into the stadium. So it's not in the stadium, but they can have their firearms with them walking to the stadium and walking back to their car.
Well, I'll tell you this: the problem one of the problems they're having in New Orleans is we are in a city that requires 1,600 officers, and there are less than 700.
Exactly.
Radius from the Sanger Theater and Mardi Gras parade routes, and parking lots for cruises would need an attendant during the entire trip.
The vast majority of vehicle break-ins in this city occur in public parking spaces on our city streets. And I just wonder, is the city going to have the same obligation under this ordinance?
Parking lot owners argue it's putting attendants in danger.
And we've had parking attendants chased off our lots by people with guns.
Glenn Armentrout is with Premium Parking. It was his garage where a security guard's call Sunday led to the arrests.
It was not a parking lot attendant. It was actually an armed security guard that we had in there. 2 days prior to that, that same armed security guard was chased out of that garage by 5 armed assailants.
But with 5 yeas and 0 nays, the ordinance moves forward.
Everyone has to pay their fair share to make the city safe.
It's called taxes, asshole.
Yeah, and the Sun team doesn't have to pay. He doesn't have to pay anything.
This would increase parking during any of these special events, since that would be up to the individual parking lot owners. But this ordinance did now
Parking
move
just got
forward to the
$5
full
more
city council.
expensive
It could be
per
discussed
car.
as early as next week. Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Hey, Act.
Today for one of the men accused of killing a Philippine.
Yeah, what's up?
All of those parking lots that were broken into.
Yeah.
Those people whose cars were vandalized are not covered by any insurance by those parking lots.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you're on your own, man.
Yeah, but they're charging you $50 to park there.
Yeah, but I mean, still, yeah.
Can't be held liable if a gang of Sun teens come
the
through
city,
and steal
just
all
like
your
the
shit.
city's not liable if it's a city-owned lot, man. You
Yeah,
park at
I
your own
wouldn't-
risk.
Yeah, everything's at your own risk, man. I mean, look, man, I would never sign up to be liable for anything in a city like New Orleans.
Court date today for one of the men accused of killing a Philadelphia Parks and Rec worker. Marcus, what's the update on this case?
Jason, you mentioned a court date. It was an emotional court date here today behind me in the building, courtroom 306, where now a juvenile, a teenager, will face murder charges.
So surprising.
41-year-old Parks and Rec employee.
Today was a good day. What was supposed to happen happened.
Family members of fatal shooting victim Tiffany Fletcher packed the CJC courtroom today.
And she was wokety woke, and she was all with the Sun Man bullshit. She was with everything. Less police, shorter sentences. With a white man, Kyle killed black people while he ain't in jail. She was with all that.
Take down the statues.
Listen, you can guarantee it. Like when you just see a sister, it's literally like Candace Owens, and that's it. Every other one of them is fucking the same.
I had to listen to a sister coworker today talk about how she's really thinking about moving to Illinois now that they have got that gun ban and no bail in place. That the governor really walks the walk. She said. I was like, oh Jesus.
You should give him some money to go, man. Hey, man.
Hey,
good luck.
go
Let me know
ahead.
Send me a postcard. Let me know how that works out for you.
Then there were some flowers.
Fortunately, I'm living here too.
15-year-old Makai Jones, who along with 17-year-old Malik
15
CJC courtroom today for the preliminary hearing against 15-year-old Makai Jones, who along with 17-year-old Malik Fletcher is accused of killing Fletcher in a shootout in West Philly on September 9th. Fletcher was a bystander caught in the crossfire while working her Parks and Rec job. That
I was
Oh,
like,
yeah, that
you know,
no, that was the one that was sitting on the bench out in front of the Parks and Rec.
yeah, it's just the way
Yeah.
they said it. It made it seem like she was shooting it out, but she was just sitting there. Yeah.
day at Mill Creek Rec Center.
She wasn't the intended target. To our knowledge, she had no involvement in anything that was going on out there, and she just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Assistant District Attorney Jeff Horjanowski says he's pleased with the preliminary hearing today after the judge held the defendant for court after hearing from both parties involved.
We'll go and face the trial for the charges of murder generally and gun charges and related charges.
So all charges will be
everything. He was held for court on everything.
The victim's mother, who was also a witness for the Commonwealth, claims to have seen Jones running towards her after the shooting, screaming. She took the stand to describe those moments.
Emotional and dealing with a lot, under the circumstances. But she's holding up well.
Her sister-in-law telling us they'll be at every court date and hearing going forward until a verdict or plea is reached.
We're doing good as a family. As long as we can rely on each other and help out when we can, then we'll get through this. We just want to see justice for Tiffany.
Prosecutors were also quick to point out that the gun used to kill Fletcher was a polymer 80 firearm, most widely known as a ghost gun and virtually untraceable. Jean Fletcher Clinton is the victim's niece. She wishes picking up a gun wasn't such an easy option for the city's youth.
I wish there was things better for these kids to have so they
Oh, it's the gun. Oh.
No, but listen, it's not just the gun. It's that you gliders don't give them enough stuff to do.
These youth.
I wish there
No,
was
we gotta
things
work on
better
it.
for these kids to have so they don't have to pick up guns and stuff, but we need them to get them off the street. Also, you still have to, if you do a crime, you still have to do the time.
Whoa, sister, that's deep.
That's because of their cousin.
Why don't they just put shooting ranges at these rec centers, man?
Yeah, nothing can
Yeah,
change.
that'd be the.
They already got them.
Yeah, nothing can change. You gotta understand, like the reason they're bad shots is not because they don't have aim. The reason they're bad shots is a confluence of factors. They don't care. They're shooting emotionally. They're hopping around while they're shooting. They're holding the gun sideways. They're posturing and they're peacocking with the gun as they're shooting. Nothing you training them on how to shoot straight is not going to change that, because when it goes down, they're going to revert to their training.
I was actually kidding, Ak.
I got you.
understand.
I got you. No, I got you.
Hey, but Ak, you bring up a really good point. I bet you O-Dog costs more fucking just regular civilians to get their head fucking blown off than anybody. Because I was the first kid I saw with that sideways shit.
Yeah, old dog, man. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka the real MVP, aka Cal Ripken, coming through once again, man. Hey, listen, man. But seriously though, like, because somebody may think that they just need some training to shoot. straight.
How the hell do they expect them to get more recreational spots in the area if they keep shooting all the parks and recreation workers?
Well, here's the thing too on that. There's a endless wellspring of goodwill.
She was probably just
and
about
money.
to approve, hoops on every corner.
But
Yeah,
bro,
goodwill, money, everything. Listen, does it seem like people are tired of Sun people? Does it seem like it? I'm not
really.
getting it.
well, they are. They're afraid to say it, man. They just be mumbling it under breath and shit like that.
They're
With
afraid
they
to
lose their
say
job.
it, but they're also afraid to vote it too.
Oh yeah, because they're dumb. And like to the other point, like if you want to get fucked up, go to a basketball court, man. Good luck. I mean, like that's a great place to go get wrecked.
A couple things could happen there. One of them being a possibility of a plea deal. If not, this could go to a jury to decide the fate of this young man. But those are the next steps coming up here in this trial. Live in Center City, Marcus Espinoza, Fox 29 News.
All right, Marcus.
Caught on camera, surveillance video shot early this morning shows two would-be ATM thieves trying to drag that machine through the door of a crab shop in Canton.
But what they didn't expect cost them the whole job. Welcome to the news at 11, everyone. I'm Rick Ritter.
And I'm Vic Carter. We've seen it over and over again. Crooks breaking into a business, grabbing the ATM, walking out the door with it before trying to take the money out of the machine. The latest incident happening in Canton. WJZ News live at 11.
Kelsey Kushner on the story for us tonight in front of the business where this happened. And Kels, you heard from that shop owner who says the suspects didn't get as much as they hoped. What happened there?
Yeah, Rick, Vic. Well, I did talk to the shop owner here of Chris's Seafood. She tells me that usually every night she empties out that ATM just to make sure that nothing like this happens. But unfortunately, last night, she wasn't as lucky. She says that those two suspects actually took a brick, went through this glass door here, climbed inside. They tried to take that ATM, but realized it was empty. They got the cash register, though, and left with just a little bit of cash.
So here's the ATM. The key is in it. It's unlocked and it's empty.
Stacy Guzman has owned Chris's Seafood in Baltimore City for almost 35 years with her father, who recently passed away. Early Tuesday morning, she became the city's latest victim of an attempted ATM theft.
Every day, the violence and the crime in the city is getting out of control.
Surveillance video captures the moment two suspects pulled up to the shop just after 1 a.m. They then threw a brick through the front door, climbed inside, and ripped the ATM from the ground to try and steal it. When they realized the ATM was open and empty, they ditched that idea and went to the cash register.
They yanked it out. Change started falling out. They threw it in the back of the car and they took off of Essex Street.
Guzman says she posted the surveillance video online, and a short time later,
Yeah, those two are definitely related.
Evan Eskridge came forward saying he believes it was his car the suspect stole to use in the crime.
Looks like it.
Yeah, right. It looks like you drive
like
a
a
fucking
Kia.
Scion. Yeah.
Kia Soul. Yeah.
Kia boys strike again.
Yeah, I had to let mine go after all this shit happened.
So you're just asking for it if you have that now.
No, it's in a junkyard somewhere. I ditched mine.
Hockey, I think you muted, I think.
I thought only lesbians drove some cars.
Yeah, people are so calm when they talk about Sunteens, man, and I get it, man. The fear they instill in you, because like everyone, like when they're talking about like coons or Republicans or alt-right or fascist or so-called Nazis or whatever, or just Karens, you know, women that ask for the manager, you know what I'm saying? When they're talking about those people, they're so like energetic and they're so, you know, like the words they use are aggressive. It's so, you know, expressive. When they talk about Sunteens, it's well, you know, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, these
Yeah, and
gentlemen,
half of
these
them have to
gentlemen
blur their
keep
faces.
yeah, exactly, man. These people.
Nobody's
people are
blurring their
scared.
faces for a Karen.
No,
Yo,
yeah.
You want to know how cats feel? Listen to when the Sandman talks. That's how when they were like, "Good, I'm glad he's dead." That's
Yeah,
how.
the Sun Salmon. Yeah.
Yeah, the sun Sandman. They'll let you know what the world thinks because they don't care.
Later,
Yeah, those two are definitely related.
Evan Eskridge came forward saying he believes it was his car the suspect stole to use in the crime.
You feel violated, honestly. I mean, obviously the car being gone is one thing, but when you actually see someone else driving it and going away with it, that just is devastating.
The two are now working together with police to try to track down whoever did this.
I just want my car back.
Now, police have not yet confirmed for us if, in fact, the two are related, and that was Evan's car that was used to commit that crime. Investigators say that they are still going through that surveillance video to try to track down those suspects. Reporting live tonight, Kelsey Kushner for WJZ.
All these stories happened in the last few days.
WJZ.
All right, we good? Thank you.
Don't they always?
Right, everyone's ready? Good evening. I'm Robert J. Conti III, Chief of Police here in the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. I want to brief you on a shooting that we had this afternoon. Shortly after 4 o'clock p.m., members of the Metropolitan Police Department, as well as the Metro Transit Police Department, responded to 14th and Fort Stevens, 14th Street and Fort Stevens, regarding a shooting. Upon our arrival to this location, what we have learned is that there was an altercation on the 54 Metro bus that was headed northbound on 14th Street. Several persons got onto the Metro bus and began to assault one of the occupants of that bus. That fight then moved onto the street, onto the sidewalk, where one of the individuals in that group of people who were fighting displayed a firearm, brandished a firearm, shot that firearm, striking 3 people. 2 of the individuals that were shot are 2 children. 2 children of our city were shot. And then there was also an adult male that sustained a gunshot wound. All of the victims have been taken to area hospitals where they are currently receiving treatment. The injuries right now, although serious, appear to be non-life threatening. We'll be monitoring that. In addition to that, we're working with our partners here at Metro Transit as well as community.
This happened today in DC. So yeah, we're gonna get into some DC stuff, man.
Yeah, you heard they opened the Silver Line, right, out in Dallas.
Yeah, definitely. I heard about that. It's about to get hectic out there.
Yeah, I stay like 5 minutes away from there. I'm getting ready.
Did you see that while on the same day of the January 6th 6-year-old shooting, the teacher, there were also 2 other shootings, both at high school basketball games?
Oh, really? Down there in the area?
No, it was 2, one in Florida, one in Ohio.
Oh yeah.
No, there was one in Portland in the back chat. The first comment, I have one at the Portland, Oregon high school basketball game. There was a shooting.
Okay, let me show you this kid. I want to cover this kid who was shot in DC, breaking into cars.
But first tonight, community members demanding answers days after a 13-year-old was shot and killed by a man who suspected the teen of breaking into cars.
The DC police, meanwhile, are calling for patience as they investigate. Our Josh Rosenthal is live in Northeast, where a community meeting about this incident just wrapped up. Josh?
So yesterday it was breaking into cars. Now it's suspected of breaking into cars.
Of emotion from concerned and in some cases angry community members and from the family of 13-year-old Karan Blake. I want you to listen to some of it, starting with Blake's aunt.
My family is not going to say anything at this moment, but we thank you guys, and I want y'all to pray for my nephew. We want justice. He's 13. He was a baby. And at the end of the day, thank you guys.
There are no answers to any questions that you could give that's going to make anybody in this building feel better.
He should have been taken into custody.
Do you understand how many? What did they say? 100? I mean, I forgot. What's this? It might have been 66 kids got shot in DC last year.
You couldn't get a quarter of these people to show up for the 2 kids who just got shot with the bus.
Yeah, 2 kids just got shot today on the bus. That's true. I mean, last night. That's true.
And
wow. Yeah.
I don't know if they were clear or not. I don't know if the kids were the Jack boys there or if they were just 2 kids that happened to be around.
No, it's the way it read. It was just 2 random kids that were on the bus.
Okay, yeah. See, that's even worse.
But a lot of kids got shot in DC. A lot of teens got shot in DC last year. It was never. It was always the mom and like an aunt with her hand on her shoulder in the fucking news story.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a 15-year-old who got shot at Moco Fest or whatever?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I remember that.
He should have been questioned, and we should have an identity right now.
MPD has
at this point, the public it got around that the shooter was a white guy, because when everybody heard the guy gave him CPR, me included, everyone assumed that it was a white guy that shot this kid. So everyone in the city is incensed. That's why people are here, because at this point they think it's a white guy.
Well,
I think it's
the
Kyle
news
Rittenhouse.
actually put a picture of a white guy next to a picture of the kid in the news story when they were talking about the shooting.
Yeah, because I mean, once they said CPR, the guy's giving the kid CPR.
Oh,
when
yeah.
the cops show up, like everyone knows. Like, even though I say this stuff, I might be the only one to say it. Everyone knows if you're in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, he didn't run his pockets. He was definitely a fucking glider.
Should have an identity right now.
MPD has once again failed us.
This is a failure of the Metro. This situation is a failure of the Metropolitan Police Department.
It ain't a failure of the parents to make sure their 13-year-old was home at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Yeah, it's a failure of the Metro PD. They didn't lock up the 13-year-old so he couldn't get killed.
And the worst part about
this event took place at the
it's the DA. The DA, they locked these dudes up. The PD locked these guys up. Go ahead.
Half these dudes are somebody's uncle, you know what I mean? And don't be around their own kid. They just be around like their nephews and shit because they don't want to deal with their baby mom.
Yeah, these guys.
About
This guy right here, you never see them when the teens get shot. I'm just shocked. Like this guy's out. He came out on a weeknight to an event. It's crazy.
This event took place at the
Look
Turkey
at these
Thicket.
people. I used to live right across the street from this. I mean, like literally, I come out, smoke a cigarette, I'm staring right at this place. And it's like, yeah, I used to smoke cigarettes back then. But yeah, this place right here, state of the art, Olympic size swimming pool, multiple basketball courts, weight room, computer lab, plenty of stuff to do in this neighborhood for these kids.
Rec Center in Northeast, hundreds of people attended, and at some points things did get heated. People wanted answers, and in most cases they didn't get. It all stems from what happened early Saturday morning at about 4 a.m. on Quincy Street Northeast. According to police, a resident of the area confronted 13-year-old Karan Blake for allegedly breaking into cars. We don't know what exactly transpired. However, police say the resident ultimately fired a gun, killing the 13-year-old. We don't know the name of the resident who fired. Police told us they normally don't identify people in similar situations unless there's a warrant for their arrest. Police have said, however, that the shooter is a legal gun owner, that he is not law enforcement, and that the shooter is black. That's relevant because as we previously, the group posted a photo.
Yeah, because
you all know CPR.
People were upset, and now the story dies. The story dies now.
Enforcement, and that the shooter is black. That's relevant because, as we've reported previously, a group posted a photo of a white man and a picture of the teen who was killed, implying that that man is the shooter. Here's more from D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti, who spoke to the media earlier today.
What's good fake
there's
news?
Misinformation swirling out there, and people are tying it to race and other things and putting images of innocent people out there next to young Karan, saying that this is the person that's responsible for that. That's reckless and that's dangerous. Imagine if it was your picture beside his, and people showed up at your house with half information. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, but they
Conti
wouldn't do
declined to
that
go into
because
specifics
you're
today,
some person.
citing the ongoing investigation. He said if there are charges in this case, that'll be decided by a D.C. grand jury. Guys,
how many people do you think are going to show up to the next meeting? Now that they know how many cats you think are going to show up?
Less than the people that showed up for Brittany Griner.
5. Yeah,
You're
right,
looking like
exactly.
Brittany Griner.
Exactly.
The family
A
and
community
Crump.
in Brookland is
Ben
demanding
Crump.
for answers after
Mash.
a 13-year-old boy was shot and killed early Saturday morning. Police say Karan Blake was killed in a confrontation with a homeowner. That person told police Blake was breaking into cars. Our Evan Koslov was there Saturday morning, just hours after the shooting, and he joins us right now live from the scene. And Evan, I know there's a lot of frustration this morning from neighbors.
Right. Good morning. The shooting happened, as he said, Saturday morning, right here on Quincy Street Northeast. That's right by Michigan Avenue Northeast. And days later, there's still a lot of questions. And that's why tonight there's going to be a community meeting bringing together police and neighbors that live in the area. And the central question is whether there will be consequences for the shooter. This is a photo of Karan Blake taken just last week, showing the 13-year-old gripping a book about peacemaker Gandhi. But on Saturday morning, he was shot and killed by a man.
Gandhi hated y'all niggas, man. Gandhi did not fuck with y'all.
He had whole books about it and shit. Wrote stories.
Yeah, he called us Kafirs, man.
Dirty ass Kafirs.
We not one of them.
Niggas. Yeah.
He did not like us, man. He was not. He was not a fan at all, man. But Gandhi. But listen, I will give this Gandhi this. That was before his enlightenment. That was when he lived in South Africa. You know, Gandhi lived in South Africa for a while. So it's like he, you know, you go to South Africa, see how much you like something. But
He got to observe Sunmen in their natural milieu, and he knew that they were toxic.
Once he was away from cats for like 40 years, he changed his mind and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my family's trying to take a trip to Africa in 2024. What do you think my answer is?
Hey.
Was shot and killed by a man only being identified as a homeowner on this block of Quincy Street Northeast. He told police that he saw Karan breaking into cars. He confronted him. Ebony Purvis's son played football with Karan.
He had a very high spirit. He was definitely one of the young men.
It's cutting up pretty bad again.
Cheering everybody.
Cutting up bad.
Yeah, real bad.
Yo, the news is the worst too, man. They're like, here he is holding a book and helping the old lady. Fuck
Yeah,
that. He was
how
busting
could he
out
possibly
everybody's
done
shit.
this? It's not like we report on this 10,000 times a year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I hate the tone of surprise in their voice when they do.
And
It's like,
this
oh my
woman's
God.
son that's talking right now was probably with them. Was probably with him ripping off these cars because 2 of them got away.
I don't know, but it could be. you may be right, Mayo.
They play basketball together or football together or some shit.
Like she knows that kid just from playing basketball. Her son, like she don't know that she's lying. I believe this woman's lying.
That's what I'm saying.
Definitely one of the young men who was cheering everybody on. Keeping
She laughed.
Yo, why she look like Clarence Thomas, man?
He was funny too, I'll bet.
very high spirit. He was definitely one of the young men who was cheering everybody on, keeping everybody energetic.
Teachers have described the 13-year-old as a smart and inquisitive 7th grader with a lot of potential and a love for books. Although a close teacher tells us that he has faced challenges, being in and out of the care of Child and Family Services since the age of 6. In August 2021, DC police issued this missing persons flyer when the then 11-year-old Blake disappeared from his Brookland neighborhood. Neighbors are frustrated that the situation escalated the way it did.
The situation didn't warrant him to be shot.
How do you know you weren't there? You weren't there.
He had a Gandhi book. He had a Gandhi book.
911.
Also,
If he had bashed babies' heads with rocks, he wouldn't have deserved to get shot.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Call
I do feel for like old boy's just been in the streets since forever. Like whoever made him fucking hates his ass. I don't give a fuck.
That was the first 3 people that talked at that meeting.
Yeah.
That was his family.
Yeah. This is the mayor, of course.
911.
Also speaking out is Mayor Muriel Bowser, addressing the shooting on Monday afternoon.
He would rather be talking about a 13-year-old going to school today than to talk about him being killed.
You wouldn't talk about it though.
I'd rather talk about him going away in juvenile hall until he's 20 and then maybe going away even after that.
For breaking in the cars, he doesn't. They take him home to his mommy. Like she said, going to school. They be talking about a kid going to school.
For charges, or said anything more about what led up to the shooting. Ward
Yo,
5's newest council member,
They
Zachary
got
Parker,
another
said in a
story
statement,
an hour
no
ago
comment.
on this, and the mayor says the guy who shot him is a city employee.
Oh, can you put that in the back chat?
Yeah, hold on.
Material possession is worth a life under any circumstances. Parker is calling on MPD and the U.S. Attorney's Office to hold the shooter accountable. All right, now as mentioned, Parker organized a meeting for tonight. That's going to be at 7 o'clock, and it's actually going to be right behind me in this rec center. That's the Turkey Thicket Rec Center, which is right across from where the shooting happened. We're told that it's going to bring police and neighbors together to try and answer some of these questions. Reporting here in Northeast, I'm Evan Kozloff, WUSA 9.
Actually, but that makes sense on why he
If
knows
material-
CPR, because a lot of like city employees, they're required to take Red Cross classes.
Yeah. If material is not worth a life, then why are you risking your life for that material?
Then why do so many Sun teams get killed over Michael Jordans and fucking North Face jackets and fucking goddamn this, that? How come?
Fucking Twitter comments.
Yeah, like what are they talking about?
People say a lot of people in our community are hurting tonight. A 13-year-old is dead.
A lot of people are hurting tonight. 13-year-old get killed every other day in DC. What are they fucking talking about?
People say a lot of people in our community are hurting tonight. A 13-year-old is dead, and there's still a lot we don't know. The council member for that community held a meeting tonight so people could share their concerns. Our John Henry was there. He's live in Brooklyn to amplify some of those voices. John.
Yeah, just 2 hours ago, that community meeting
let out of this record.
Make sure you hit the PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, man. The only place you're going to get this type of coverage, man. The only place you can join the conversation, man. Go to one of them other channels and ask to come up and join the conversation. They give you 2 minutes and be like, all right, man. All right, bro. I'm going to bring somebody else up. Click.
Recreational center here in the Brookland neighborhood. Hundreds of people were there, and the constant question they had was, why has this investigation not progressed more quickly?
Just 3 days after the shooting of Karan Blake, many D.C. residents remain frustrated by an absence of answers.
Our office has fielded many questions, calls, emails, concerns.
Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker organized this meeting to inform residents the best he could, but much of what was said still did not satisfy this crowd. Instead,
look at how they act. None of these people probably even know that kid. All of these people are terrified. Listen, I know this because I'm from DC. This crowd right here, these people are terrified of Sun teens.
And I'll make another assessment. All of these whores that are out here yelling at this man, they don't even know where their Sun teens are at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. These people right here, they get cussed out. Like on the bus after school, these are the people get cussed out, beat up. These are the people that can't go to the corner store. Like, for instance, if you're in DC and you smoke your last cigarette and you need another pack of cigarettes and it's like 10 o'clock, you think it's like a life decision. Am I going to walk to the corner store? Because there's a bunch of them at the corner store. Then we asking for change, like asking. You may get followed. If you're a woman, you're going to get harassed. They make everywhere hell.
They forget this is the same DC where that Uber driver was murdered. I think there were two 14-year-old girls. They carjacked his car, and he tried to hold on to the car, and he died.
Yeah.
Each day we're seeing violent
and guess
crimes.
what they got? Guess how much time the girls got? One got probation, and the other, I think she got like a year in juvie. Yeah.
That's awful.
That shit already been adjudicated. That shit is, they gave a plea. They got a plea. They didn't even go to court. They got a plea.
locals had even more questions. Karan's grandfather wanted to know how such a shooting could even be deemed legal.
I'm black. If I would have killed a white boy on that street.
Oh, brother, you don't even know.
Gotta kill him.
Keep
we
on
never
talking,
would have heard
brother.
about it if you killed a white dude on the street. That's what it
Killed
happened.
50 of them this month already.
Yo, they killed. What's the guy Becker, the guy in Minneapolis we talked about the other day?
Here, yeah.
Yo, but this is how black people think, though. The majority of black people, they don't think this, but this is how they talk. And this is this is, remember, it's a black guy. This is, at this point, they thought
Made
it was
sure
a
to
white
let us
guy.
know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they thought it was a white guy, but yeah, but this is how black people talk. And the white people here that have come to hear this shit.
Be deemed legal.
I'm black. If I would have killed a white boy on that street, they would have put me under the jail.
People here also wanted to know who pulled the trigger.
I don't understand why y'all are protecting his name and saying it's going to breach the investigation. This ain't Sanford, Florida. This is Washington, D.C.
This ain't Sanford, Florida. This is
that Trayvon?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
These people are, and the whole time it's a black guy.
And who killed Karan Blake is a black George Zimmerman.
But police quickly responded. They
Oh my God.
Oh, so she did know.
This time.
So he's a
Because
coon
this is
now.
an active criminal investigation. If there were circumstances where we needed the public's help in helping, their help to identify the individual, of course, absolutely, we probably put pictures out.
All those open questions ultimately led some people to even question MPD's effort so far.
But MPD responded that it's doing the best it can to get to the bottom of what happened here. It added that it does not want to jeopardize any part of this investigation or the case before it goes any further in the legal system. Guys?
Yeah, a lot of people want that process to move along a lot faster. John, thank you so much. And, John really summed up the sentiments in that room perfectly. I went there tonight just as a citizen. That's my neighborhood. I went to just listen. And what's clear is a lot of people are hurting. And a lot of people are scared. They're hurting.
People aren't hurting or scared. These people are not hurting or scared.
They're
This-
chomping at the bit.
Yeah, yo, this neighborhood, the only thing you're scared about in this neighborhood, you got this neighborhood even though it's not one of the worst neighborhoods in DC, it's subtle because everything around there is dangerous. You got fucking Edgewood, you got Saratoga, you got Michigan Park, you got everything. It's all like sunny, like it's sun neighborhoods, man.
Because they're not sure what led to why someone would be tempted to shoot a 13-year-old. They want to know who that person is because they're like, we need to move this person away from our
And
community.
this is
because
why
we
the
don't trust
media
that
is
individual.
garbage. The media is
I'm remembering
destroying
what-
this country because of the lies that they're doing and what they're doing. They know damn well that kid was out there breaking into cars and that he probably has an extensive juvenile record. But listen how they play along. They play the crowd along. This is why this country is going up in flames. because of
Seriously,
people
the
like
whole
this.
the whole how could a 13-year-old do this shit act is getting really, really
It's
tired.
PG County now has a curfew because of these same violent people. And not only that, the police should have just asked the crowd a question. If we needed you to help solve the crimes that are going on in your neighborhood involving these juveniles,
Yeah, would you show up? Would you show up? No, and the answer is no. Of course not. They wouldn't show up.
The
So
other
look at-
thing too. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, bro.
No,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
The other thing too, the newscaster told on himself. He's like from the neighborhood, and he had to go to a meeting to find out what people think about it. Like, you don't even fuck with your own neighborhood, man. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
you don't talk to nobody you live by, man, huh?
this guy is like over there. This guy's like, listen, he knows he can't. Like, what is he gonna do over there? His son team's running crazy around here, man. He in the house, man. Because in the house, he's in the fucking house. Most people are in the house. They scared to come out. Salute to PL said. He says, your chat is great, always helpful, and always on time. Yeah, salute to the chat, man. Georgia Swan says, I am 42% black. When I yell, people have to listen to me and take me seriously, no matter how ridiculous I am. Hit that donation button, people. Yeah, salute to
Yeah,
Georgia Swan.
donate. You don't want to make her angry here.
Yeah, salute to Stunner, man. Salute to Mayo coming through on the Cash App, PayPal. Salute to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Let's move
Yep.
along.
You still selling hoodies on the site?
Everything's on the site, man.
to
All things in the merch. If you need Ock Nation merch, official Ock Nation merch, it's links in the description box.
Karan Blake is a son of the city. And so the people who were assembled there were mothers, were aunties, were sisters, were brothers and cousins, probably many who have been touched by gun violence in the city. And so it's hard sometimes when you aren't getting the answers that you want as soon as you want.
And you have some of those people too, Les, who want solutions. They're just so
Yeah.
tired of the violence and hearing about it day in and day out. And they just want to
And this is the story that brought them out in droves.
and violence committed by their children.
Just to show.
Yep.
Violence committed by their children.
The
These
first
other-
time, yeah. The first time one of their children is a victim of a law-abiding citizen,
That
they all
might
come
be
out.
a glider.
They all come out in droves.
That's all it takes.
Show
If he
him
might be a
what's
glider.
happening in this community, and she's urging him to try and come up with a solution so he can help some of our neighbors too.
You put the link in the back chat.
Yeah, the one I was talking about, the
Yeah.
mayor thing. Yeah, it's hold on, it's the NBC News one.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find that on
It's
on this.
Washington D.C. Mayor says is a Washington D.C. employee.
Wow, that would be,
They had a assembly at Edna Carr High School in New Orleans the other day, and it's a primarily black high school, and they asked the question in the auditorium or whatever. They're like, "How many of you know somebody who's been killed from gun violence?" And like 3/4 of the auditorium raised their hand.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
a couple
definitely.
hundred students.
Definitely. Listen, man. If they would have asked how many of you guys think y'all gonna be dead by the age of 21,
Probably
would've-
similar.
it would have a similar thing, man. So it's like, man, listen, man. And then here's the thing, we're talking about people their age too. They know classmates that have been killed. You know what I'm saying? Crazy, man. And this is what brings people out, man. This
But
what
see, the dangerous part about this is psychologically they're setting people up to think twice about defending themselves.
Yep.
That's the whole thing, along with releasing these criminals, because once again, if police were allowed to do their job, juveniles like him would be off the streets. And so they're not addressing that. What they are addressing is saying, hey, before you pull that trigger and defend yourself, we're gonna dox you.
Mm-hmm.
And that mayor and the police already know the details behind the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And they would arrest him without a grand jury if they had reason to.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely would arrest that guy if they get a chance.
So they already know it's likely a good shoot.
Yeah, if they get a chance.
The grand jury is just to appease the mob.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
If he had committed a crime, they would arrest him, regardless of the grand jury.
Yeah, the only reason he's not arrested is because it was a good shoot. That's telling you it's a good shoot, because they would not like this is a lot, man, having to deal with these some people. Because these some people, they'll riot. You never know what they're gonna do next. They're fucking very, very.
If it was summertime, that neighborhood would be burning.
Yeah. Salute to my man Hercules, man. He says for great show tonight. Salute to let me see. Salute to salute to my man Razzle, man. Razzle coming through, man. Razzle hip Op Nation Hall of Famer, man. Salute to you, bro. Let's see what is going on with this this story you just sent me, man. Man, this is the plot thickens.
New information tonight in the death of a 13-year-old who was shot to death in the district. Today, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser confirmed the man who shot Karan Blake early Saturday morning in Northeast is a D.C. government employee. He's now on administrative leave, and police have not released the man's name.
Oh, it's going to be easy to find his name now because scuttlebutt people in the office is going to be. They basically just dox the guy down.
It's a son man who lives on this address and works for the city government.
He's got to be involved in law enforcement somehow if he's on leave.
That's a good point.
And that's weird. What is he, like the city comptroller? They put him on leave?
They can't just take a secretary at the Department of Labor and put her on leave for a shooting that happened outside of work.
For sure.
No, they actually said it's not involved in public safety. So
and how can they?
Maybe the city.
Maybe they can do that. I don't know.
Bus driver.
Anytime they're under investigation.
Hey, man, you know how many DC employees are under some kind of investigation at any general day of the week?
Yeah, but not on the news, Mayo. This is on the news, bro.
And not for shooting a 13-year-old son kid.
And not for a crime like that. Yeah.
That ain't a crime though.
Johnny crime. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny thinks this is a crime.
As News
no, not for an accused crime like that.
Is now investigating the case.
That's my deep.
Just hours after community members vented their frustration and anger with how police were conducting its investigation.
You saw exactly what he did. He should have been arrested. There's nothing else to investigate here. And when you tell us that, you insult our intelligence.
Mayor Bowser released more information, telling reporters the man was a city employee.
I'm not going to say what agency. I can tell you the employee, like in other cases where we've had an employee accused or charged, that employee is on administrative leave.
Does it have anything to do with public safety? Is this employee in the public safety? We asked if he was a police officer. He's not in public safety.
No. But last night, dozens
and this is why
of
you
people
don't
packed
need
a recreation
positions
center
of power.
demanding
She didn't have to
answers,
answer that question.
unhappy with the information so far released.
Yeah, she could have skipped that question.
Reporters are just pieces of shit, man. I fucking hate them, dog.
But
Like,
she's a government official. It's her job to say, hey, let the justice system play out. They didn't need to know anything about
Yeah.
this person, whether it was male, female, what job he did, or anything. And
Oh,
like
and
said,
I guarantee she violated city property by releasing that information to the public.
right,
Yeah.
this is mob rule only for them. But if the 14-year-old had capped this guy in the head, we wouldn't even know who the child was.
Education Center demanding answers, unhappy with the information so far released.
Put that man's name on Front Street the same way you do everybody else. Y'all are dead wrong.
News 4 has learned a grand jury was opened yesterday and will be investigating the circumstances of the shooting. So far, D.C. police have said the man who shot the teen is African American, who had a concealed carry permit for a handgun and came out of his home to investigate the sounds of people breaking into cars. As
And there's the car with the window broken.
the suspected car that was broken into.
Oh yeah, the
Because sometimes the
suspected
car
glass.
just throws
It's
up its own
allegedly
window.
broken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
allegedly busted out.
Exactly right. Salute to my man Andre Rose, man. He said love the show, man. Salute to you, man. Salute to TC, man. My man TC, long time. Day one, man. Day one. TC from back in the days. Man. He said, I appreciate AP continuing to speak on that Pakistani man killed by the 2 teen girls in DC last year. Horrific. Yeah, man.
The cars. As detectives and police officers were
Like literally, like this block right here. If you go around here, I lived in this building. This building right here. If you go around this corner, I lived in this building.
Damn.
Right across the street is a gas station. No, a block over. I lived. If you make a left, you go to the next block. It's a gas station right across from the street, and then this is the turkey thicket. This is the park. I live right there. I know this neighborhood. It's very subtle, man. It's very subtle, but it's gotten so much worse the last 2-3 years. This would be, if this was a glider neighborhood or a tiger neighborhood, this would be a utopia. It's not projects, not fucking rundown, not Section 8, just middle class black people. And it's fucking just like it is not a white neighborhood in the country worse than this. Not
And
one.
you can say that
Conducting their
about all
investigation
a lot of the neighborhoods all over the country where these Sun women bring their teens in to live. They turn the area into a crime-ridden area. But
Yep, anywhere, and a lot of that they can't do nothing about because, like, think about it, man. If you fucking got a black kid and he's into that hip hop culture and he wants to be down and he wants to be cool and he wants to fit in, no matter how you raised him, the only way he can fit in, the only way he can be down, the only way he can be cool is to be kind of like a fucking degenerate, man. Period.
early Saturday morning on Quincy Street. A law enforcement source familiar with the investigation now tells News 4 officers also found a stolen auto, a Kia with the engine running and the door open. DC police have said two people were seen.
Well, they found a Kia with the engine running and the door open at the same place Karan was shot. Maybe it's connected, maybe it's not. Maybe the Kia was just there, happened to be there at the same time Karan was doing that. You know, could be a coincidence. Man.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Kia literally running right outside of my house with the door open and the engine running.
Self-driving car.
Yeah, I mean,
without the key in it, probably.
Who doesn't have a Kia like with the door open and the engine running around like when they're like doing shit? I mean, come on.
What blunt guts on the floor? Who doesn't?
Sadly, not me.
There's a backwoods rapper in there.
And the seat all the way back.
And the treble all the way down.
Two people were seen running up an alley after
Bass
the
all the way
shooting
up.
and believe the stolen car is connected to the case. Last night, D.C. Police Chief Robert Conti, visibly angry over what he called the reckless sharing of false information, asked the community for patience.
We normally do not identify people in similarly situated in the situation unless we have a warrant in hand for that person.
So let's see what. Listen, man. Let's see why this homeowner may have acted like this. Because the way people in the community are acting is as if this guy, like, there was no reason for him to, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Why would he think that, you know?
Yeah, it's inconceivable that a 13-year-old would, you know, pose a danger, a mortal danger to you. How could it be possible?
Let's see what's happening in DC around this times, man.
Thieves are targeting a high-end DC restaurant not once, but twice over the holidays, forcing major security changes.
Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is live along K Street Northwest with what happened, also as well as an interview she has that you're only going to see here on Fox 5, and you have more and changes that are coming. So,
Angie Sharin, that's right. So police tell us that thieves targeted the valet here at Ruth Chris in downtown DC twice, once on Christmas Day and again on New Year's Day. They got away with some key fobs to some very expensive cars. In fact, earlier today, we went over to Northeast DC, the Deanwood neighborhood, and found the remnants of a car that was set on fire. Police say it was a Mercedes-Benz, and the same Benz that was stolen from.
These kids are just destructive, man. They probably used that to spin on their ops one time and fucking burned it.
Set that motherfucker on fire. I can tell you a lot of times how cars get set on fire too. Because I've been there, man. You bring a car around the neighborhood, right? They used to call them UUVs. Like, so say me and Raz, we got a UUV, right? We come around the neighborhood, right? And we feeling good because we got a UUV. We about to ride out. We come get our boys that we close with from other dudes we real cool with. Yeah, it's 4 of us in the car. We riding da. Some other dudes in the hood, you know, they might not get good to go with us. They might be, you know what I'm saying? We don't really fuck with them like that, as they say. We come back around, we in and out the hood, come going ripping and running, blah, blah, having a good time. And they see us and they jealous. So they mad, like, man, let us drive that joint, man. Let us drive that joint. Let us have that joint. Like, nah. We can't. We'll let y'all have this shit after we fuck it up for a while. You know, blah, blah, whatever. Blah, blah. They might get mad. You might park it somewhere, and they might get mad and jealous and just set it on fire because it ain't your car. It's a UUV, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like stupid shit. It don't have to be that those guys set that car on fire.
Bitter bitches, dog. It's
yeah,
feminine.
You're right.
It's
It could be
feminine
that,
energy.
it could be that other Sunmen that were mad about you flossing with the car set it on fire. That's much better.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's like when these kids, they have these cars, they're not like tiptoeing around. They're driving these cars like it's their car. They're like, it's just like they're around town. They in, everybody in the neighborhood knows they got, oh, so-and-so and them got a Benz, or so-and-so and them got a goddamn Charger, so-and-so and them got a Kia. Then, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, you know, they just ride it, and they ride it recklessly. And yeah, they do crash into lampposts, and they do other crimes in them and have to blow them up. Yeah, they do. That's true.
The car that was set on fire. Police say it was a Mercedes-Benz, and the same Benz that was stolen from Ruth's Chris on December 25th, Christmas Day. A police report says the 2 suspects opened a locked key podium with some kind of tool as the parking attendant was handling another vehicle. The suspects fled in the Mercedes, hitting another car as they sped off. Then it happened again on New Year's Day, this past Sunday, and this time police say 3 suspects broke into the locked valet box and stole several key fobs, and then about 5 minutes later they returned trying to actually take a vehicle. A parking employee got punched trying to stop them, but the suspects got away with a BMW. Only on Fox 5 today we spoke with Michael Lawson, a Charles County resident and one of the victims who had his key stolen here. He tells us he was supposed to be celebrating the new year and his wife's birthday on Sunday.
Audio's pretty
Had I
bad
known
again.
it happened the first time and known that this was the second time it's happened.
That was him. That's the guy who got his shit took right there.
Yeah.
Man, you know he worked his ass off to go to Ruth Chris that night too, man. That's the worst part.
Fucked up. Yeah. Damn.
That motherfucker was budgeting
He
for
went
that
there
fucking meal, man.
for Christmas or the New Year, you know. fucking
Finally got away from
really
the kids and shit.
exactly. You know, they just gotta victimize like everybody better than them. You know,
They couldn't even fuck up robbing a rich motherfucker, man. They had to get
exactly.
the one.
I'm thinking this. You know, it's some fat cat. You know,
Hey,
Yeah,
man, I
mob
did not
boss looking
picture him
dude.
as ass. Yeah, I didn't picture some dude working on the side of the road, man.
that's fucked up.
Hey, listen, Ruth Chris, man, you could take your lady there, but he probably had a hot date, man, or even wanted to take his wife out for their anniversary or something. It was some special occasion, man. Because them steaks there, man, you talking about they got $300 steaks on the menu.
Check them out, sizzling.
They ain't worth it.
Well,
Yeah, I went
Still
to
though,
a
man.
place in California, and we ordered a prime rib, and they got my order wrong. They had us sitting there for 45, 50 minutes waiting to get to a table, then 30, 40 minutes waiting to get there. It was not worth it at all. I
Bro,
found a
that ain't the
place.
point, man. That ain't the point. The point is like, he probably went to Red Lobster for prom, and like this is his shit right now. He just saved up to go to fucking Ruth Chris now, and his shit got stole, man. Like that's the fucked up part. I get it. It's not the best bang for your buck.
But they have a lot of good steakhouses in DC, man. I mean, I now listen, me personally, my thing is Fogo de Chao, man.
Yes,
You know, it's
sir.
not a steakhouse, it's still meat and whatnot. I love Fogo de Chao, man. Salute to Fogo de Chao, man. If you ever get a chance, Brazilian, was it barbecue or whatever they call
They
it?
call it Brazilian Steakhouse, but it's a model where they
Churrascaria.
just bring out meat and cut you off a piece.
Is
And
that the that's the
all
green
different
card,
types.
red card one? Is that the green? Like you just
Something like that, yeah. Like Texas
Yeah.
Texas de Brazil is the same way.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly. Salute to them. Forlorn Vox says, I wish our people had the same energy when black kids are murdered on a near daily basis by hoodlums in these deep blue hood wolf sanctuaries. Keep shining a light on the BS op. You're doing good work. Salute to you, Forlorn, man. Yeah, man, this is what it is, man.
Turned trying to actually take a vehicle. A
How's
parking
my sound?
employee got punched trying to
Good.
stop them, but the suspects got away with a
Oh yeah, lost in the story. A parking employee got punched. So don't forget that part.
vehicle. A parking employee got punched trying to stop them, but the suspects got away with a BMW. Only on Fox 5 today, we spoke with Michael Lawson, a Charles County resident, and one of the victims who had his keys stolen here. He tells us he was supposed to be celebrating the new year and his wife's birthday on Sunday.
Had I known that happened the first time and known that this was the second time it's happened, I don't know. I don't know. I got mixed emotions about it. The food was delicious. The service was great, but the end all be all was just terrible.
Not
so
a
you like the
son-owned
service,
restaurant
bro? Hey, they still. It's tough to make it a black on black crime, but they still was able to do it, even at Ruth Chris.
Lawson was very upset speaking with us earlier today, saying that he was quoted at around $1,200 to replace two key fobs stolen. One is to his Cadillac and the other is to his Toyota. Both were on the same key ring when his car keys were stolen here on Sunday. And he tells us
Does
that
that
the
sound
valet
like
company.
Does that sound like a victimless crime? $1,200 to replace his key fobs? Does that sound like just some little
Fuck.
shit?
That's $1,500. Yeah, his meal, his girl's meal, the $1,200
At least they
for the
didn't steal
fucking
his car.
Yeah. They got one of them though.
But like, cats don't understand how many hours he had to work. Like, that's a
No, they
lot of
stole all the
time.
key fobs. They stole all the key fobs so they can use them to clone them to steal other cars.
True.
And they stole one of the cars.
Two key fobs stolen. One is to his Cadillac and the other is to his Toyota. Both were on the same key ring when his car keys were stolen here on Sunday. And he tells us that the valet company, Crystal Parking, they said they will pay for the replacements, but he was having some trouble getting a hold of the company earlier today. I did get in touch with a spokesperson with Crystal Parking who says they are now working on this. Police tell us no arrests so far yet. More on the security and what's happening next. Crystal Parking says that they've moved the valet box from outside here to inside the restaurant, and they are now reassessing security like the measure put in place here at all of their restaurant business locations across the city. And they will need to also hire security where that is needed as well. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, you need to take that valet
Over the
box
past
and
weekend,
put
we saw
job
an ugly
application
spate
on
of
it or
gun
some shit.
violence in our city. A 7-year-old girl was shot while riding a scooter on Saturday, and 8 people were shot on Sunday.
Fuck.
Wow.
And they're bitching
Gun
about a
violence in our
13-year-old
city.
criminal.
A 7-year-old girl was shot while riding a scooter on Saturday, and 8 people were shot on Sunday. The latest surge in gun violence is taking its toll on DC's interim police chief, Robert Conte.
It really ticks me off, to be quite frank with you. You know, when we have these senseless acts of violence that occur in our city.
So, DC recently kicked off its summer crime prevention initiative. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser and Chief Conte touted the program's success from last summer, reducing violent crime in the targeted areas by 10% and overall crime by 25%. But hear me out. This is a start, and these kinds of initiatives are good, but there are deeply rooted problems that can't be solved with just more cameras and an increased focus on certain neighborhoods. As much as we wish it was, it's not as simple as getting guns off the streets either. Some of the poorest parts of the city are where crime is the highest. It's about getting resources into those communities to help families. And while the city can provide resources, it's also about personal responsibility. The fact that teenagers
personal responsibility.
Oh, okay, that threw me.
What does
Hey,
that
it's-
word
it's
mean?
catch-
I never heard that.
Hey, it's catching on.
The fact that teenagers are carjacking people for simple joyrides shows a lack of a moral compass among some.
The fact that
Thank you.
They're not. This isn't a business enterprise. They're not putting these fucking cars on freight ships over the fucking other countries to sell at a.
Yeah, they're
for
not
double the
trying to
price.
eat.
I wish they
Is he
were,
on
though,
terminal
man.
leave or something? Is he going to somewhere else or something? Is he quitting? Is that why he's speaking so honest?
You gotta wait for him to finish the sentence. We don't know how this is
The
gonna
fact that
end.
teenagers are carjacking people for simple joyrides shows a lack of a moral compass among some of our youth. We as a community, as parents and other role models, need to guide them, to instill in them a sense of right from wrong, to stress the importance of education, and to teach them to value their lives and the lives of others. If we don't do these things and more, the surge in violence in the city is a cycle that we're doomed to see repeat itself. It's complicated, it's hard, but we've got to work hard to find the solutions to these problems.
No, we need to
Stay
put
safe.
them down
We'll
and we
see you
need to
tomorrow.
lock them up.
That must be the
Put
last. That
them
must be the
down,
last
we
day.
need to lock them up. Because nothing is going to change. All the programs, and see, this is the part that angers me, is that these people are making our lives unbearable. Think about it. You can't go to a restaurant. You're worried about your kid going to school. You're spending all this money for all these programs. And then think about the billions that are going into our medical facilities when they get shot up. That money is never recuperated. And then for them to say the community has to, no, normal people need to be able to defend themselves, and the law has to be enforced where either they get themselves together or they're just put down or put away. That's all there is to it.
It's going to be wild till DC, until DC is like Texas or Wyoming. But
It's never going to be that way, Mossy.
I
See,
said-
the thing about it is
I said-
nothing
said-
is going to change because the mindset of these people, and part of it is because of the media, the lies they put out, like these people are victims. I don't care. At the age of 13 and 14, you know right from wrong. There's no excuse for that.
Look,
Yeah,
I
AP
agree with you.
sentence enjoy doing the wrong thing.
API,
Nah, but-
I was agreeing with you. I was saying that it's gonna be a long time to get to that point. But I would say what the guy said on the program is actually it's a huge change of pace compared to what we've always heard from places like DC.
Yeah, but he's still full of shit. He copped all these pleas and then was like, it's really complicated. No, just stop letting bums nut in you. And maybe stick around. show up to parent teacher conferences.
Now,
stop
hold on. That's asking a lot.
Stop spending all your cash on bullshit. Stop writing your name on the food and be like, this is mine and not yours. Fucking crazy ass moms. And like, this
Stop
is the
going to
stuff that
clubs
helps
every
go.
night.
Yeah. Stop saying, no, that's my sister rolling up to the fucking spot with your daughter. That's 10 years your junior. Like, there's a lot of shit you can just stop doing right now. It's not complicated.
Exactly.
And cut off their welfare. That's another thing. We are funding our own deaths because all of these juveniles, every program, food aid, cash aid, food stamps, and all this stuff, these women have no responsibility, and we're funding it.
Yeah, if they
That's
had to
not
work 3 jobs to do that, they couldn't go to the club and they couldn't get knocked up and couldn't keep having these son teens. And they'd have to make their son teens go have a job in order to help them pay for their housing instead of just letting them do whatever they want to.
Don't
And
you know
this
that's
is
why
why
they're
I'm
robbing
against
people
the
to help pay for
Republicans
mom?
who these phony pro-life Republicans. You guys are full of shit. Because if you really cared about life, you'll be advocating for these people to have abortions because they are unfit to produce. If
Facts.
anything, you need to be. I would willing to pay money for these women to be sterilized.
AP,
It should be off.
here's a
Right.
thought though. Like, we should encourage men to have some fucking rights to the kids. Like, dudes can't
No.
say
A
shit,
lot of
man.
these
Like,
men are not worth it. No.
we don't know
A lot.
that, but like, not all dudes fucking suck. So like, why don't we like let dudes give us a chance to step in and
I
maybe
agree with that, but I'd rather for them not to produce at all because a lot of these women are irresponsible.
what's
So
easier
either
to get, male rights or be allowed to kill kids? Like, I think it'd just be easier to be like, hey man,
easier for male rights, and I also think
yeah.
men should have the right to, if they don't want to be fathers, to make them have an abortion. If she can kill a kid whenever she wants to, then if he says, you know what, I don't want to be a father, I don't want to have anything to do with this kid, and I'm advocating for her to have an abortion, that should be legal as well too.
Yeah,
But the
let
Pookies
dudes
love
sign off
having the kids.
because cats are Christian, man. Like, a lot of cats ain't for that abortion shit, but
Yeah,
it's
I don't like
Yeah, me
abortion,
too.
but sterilization, that sounds fine to me. If you want to pay them 50 grand to go get sterilized, I think, you get a lot of people who don't need to be having kids right off the,
You don't need,
take
you
care
don't
of
need,
that
you
problem.
don't need to do
That's a
sterilization.
program I could get behind.
No,
Yeah,
just
get a bunch of
just cut the checks.
stupidity out of the gene pool.
No,
And
just cut
not
just
just
cut
for
the checks.
females, males too. I think I'm willing to pay. I would rather pay $5,000 to have a tubal ligation or $10,000 for you to have a whole hysterectomy than to keep the money. Look at the billions that we're spending in prisons, the billions,
Hey,
and even the cost of life. This is just out of control because it's not going to get better. Look at them. There's swarms of them.
if you get convicted of manslaughter or worse in one of these hoods, and it's more than your second offense, you get castrated so that you can't get anybody again.
Yeah,
Not
but
just
that
that's
doesn't
killing.
what
even have
Call
happened.
a
another
hint of
child.
realism to it. I think paying
Yeah,
people to do it has some sense of like, I mean, you could probably get people to do this if you give them 50 grand, that kind of thing. People who are not, if they're that, if they have that little amount of forward thinking to just jump on that offer, then they don't need to really be having kids, probably.
It doesn't have
how
to go.
bad?
It doesn't have to go
Yeah,
as
The
far as
thing is,
sterilization. Just cut off the checks. Don't cut it. Don't give them money to fuel the dysfunction.
yeah. When
Yeah,
you give, both way. You're motivating people with money.
And
Like,
the
he's
only way
one.
you could do it, I would say, is if you haven't had kids already, because we ain't finna have a situation where a guy has like 6 kids and then gets it. Fuck that.
Who knows, man? You could have 10. Like, yeah. I
I wouldn't be
know a cat
surprised.
with I got buddies that like just met each other and they were brothers and they was like teenagers. It was just all over the set. Dude had like 14 kids.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I knew a
stop
lot
at
of
7.
that in New Orleans. I mean, a lot of that just drives the problem in the Sun community.
Well,
I
we
bet
saw
there's a
that son man that died at 109 that had 14 wives and a
Yeah, when
bunch of children.
grandma's like 35 years old, you got a problem.
At least he wifed them up. But like, this
Yeah.
how crazy it's gotten. Like, cats are yelling about like forcing abortions now. You know what I mean? Like, that's how nuts it's gotten because we keep paying people to fuck up. Every time you fuck up, you get paid. You got a program, you're getting paid. You can blame it on the dude can blame it on the chick. Like,
Oh,
it's
there are people. I guess that makes us just. Oh, they're actually paying for people to do it. That's crazy.
no, I mean, no, you get paid anyway. Like, if a chick gets knocked up, she can get some child support, or
yeah.
and if that don't work out, she's getting every program ever. Like,
Oh yeah,
I
you're
think
paying them to fuck up.
I,
Yeah, getting
I think they
EBT.
get paid. I think they get paid for adoptions too.
sisters don't need to adopt no kids. I mean,
Well,
And that's
I'm
the
saying
crazy thing about
putting
all
up kids for adoption, they get paid for it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I
right,
got you.
right. They can abandon their kids, but if a guy says, you know what, I don't want to pay child support, he's a deadbeat. We never call these women deadbeats.
Yeah, I agree with you. And like a chick will have 4 different baby daddies, and she'll still get preferential treatment after the fourth dude. Like, yo, clearly you're bad at picking who gets to bust nuts in you.
Yeah, she's 0 and 4.
I mean, I honestly got the impression in my experiences that it's not even that they don't care or that they're bad at picking. They just don't give a shit. They literally don't care, and they don't have any incentive. You know, they care nothing about using birth control. They know about it. They're well aware of it, but they just don't do it because fuck
That's
that.
free.
And yeah, these services are free. So
I
whenever
ain't
you
using
hear
no
the lie
condom.
that Republicans are trying to strip away our birthrights and we can't have abortion and that's all BS. You can go to any Planned Parenthood is in every city. You can get a Norplant or whatever IUD device implanted. You can get your tubes tied. If you're low income, you can get all these things for free. Even on college campuses, you can get a IUD device inserted. It's no reason to have all of these illegitimate children. And the thing about it is we have to pay for them. That's the part.
Well, the other part is that when you're 23 in the Sun community and the rest of your family is saying, "Girl, you ain't got no children yet," that's a part of the problem too. I can't believe you ain't got no kids yet.
Where your man at?
But
I was
it's
talk-
the culture. It's embedded in the culture.
But it's American
acceptance.
culture though. It's not just Sun culture, man. Like I was talking to this chick in college, and she was saying, man, it's fucked up how like being a single mom is cool, but being a wife and a mother is like you're a subservient piece of shit.
Well, yeah, that's feminisms.
Yeah, so it's like,
You
yo, they're attacking
Okay.
attack on the family is fucking everything up.
Yeah, fine.
But it was perfected with welfare. The way to
Yes.
go at it.
Right.
You know, it was affected back in the 60s
Yeah,
with welfare.
I don't
Get
think
the man out the house and get a check.
They don't.
And give her all the
literally
money.
could not support all these children. I mean, there'd be starvation without it. I think that's definitely true.
Yeah, I lived in government housing, and my mom, there would be times when she would make a point to not make enough money to keep the rent. So
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. Like
Yeah.
it was incentivizing fucking up, and it was like the government was just paying for drugs for like drugs that it was spent on. So there you go. Like hey, thanks for paying for all the drugs. I appreciate it.
Let me move along, man. Let me move along.
Michelle, thank you. 6:45. Let's get to an important topic right now. Our kids are in crisis. We've reported on far too many becoming victims of gun violence and committing it themselves.
So we are dedicating this entire week to exploring the cycle of violence and how the DC community is working to end it.
Yesterday, we spoke with the family of an 11-year-old who was killed. And this morning, Jess Arnold is talking directly to kids. She joins us live in studio. Jess, it seems like every day we hear about another young person being involved in or affected by crimes.
Every day.
Seems like bullshit.
Wow. What other community? Like, think about this, man. All the other communities combined, you won't find a fucking child get murdered every day. Period. Like, not even by the murder-suicide type shit.
It's nowhere in the country you could find it.
Let alone by another fucking kid in the street, like in the street with a gun.
Yeah, exactly, Tony. DC police have been telling us that more kids are being arrested for certain crimes. So we wanted to go to the source, kids themselves, find out what they're experiencing that leads them to pick up a gun. It comes down to the phrase we hear time and again, hurt people hurt people.
I hate white people, man.
The background track to childhood for so many DC kids.
I had to run for my life.
At 12 years old, Rashad Bates has already lost friends to gun violence. 15-year-old Gerald Watson, 11-year-old Karan Brown.
I'm tired of losing people
He
I
lost a
love
gang of them.
the most.
You
It's like-
would be hard pressed
like
to
a
find
Sink. Boom.
someone getting killed.
12-year-old Promise Ellis feels it
The
too.
rest of the country, not a Sun person, as a kid, you know.
Yeah, you
all
find me that Tiger
300
12-year-old who's
million,
got 3 murdered
you know,
friends.
You got 30 million kids in the U.S. at least. If it's not a Sun person, you'd be hard pressed to find one killed every week in the rest of the country by violence. Maybe they die from something else, but by violence, no.
At 12 years old, Rashad Bates has already lost friends to gun violence. 15-year-old Gerald Watson, 11-year-old Karan Brown.
I'm tired of losing people I love the most. It's like your heart sink, boom.
12-year-old Promise Ellis feels it too.
It's a lot of stuff like that goes on, and it makes me not even want to be outside.
Some children have turned that pain on others. While DC police data shows overall violent crime has decreased a bit since 2019, gun crimes are up. When it comes to kids, we have to look at arrests, and we're seeing increases in certain offenses, mainly carjackings. From July to December 2021, police arrested 72 juveniles for carjackings. During that same period in 2019, it was only 16, according to.
Well, how did that go from 16 to 72 in 2 years? What are these kids seeing?
Well, they stop arresting cats and they just let them out. So that
They
means
saw that
you can do
19
it.
get away with it.
Yeah. They're like,
Yep,
all right, fuck it. That's
exactly.
lightweight. Let's go get it. Now it's an Uber for them. It's a cab.
Exactly. Word is out.
Coupled with TikTok showing everybody how to steal them with USB chargers.
But these are carjackings, though. These aren't stealing. They ain't stealing. These are carjacks.
To arrest records. Chief Robert Conti said when it comes to robberies in 2022, they've already arrested more juveniles than adults.
I used to.
Stats you will only find in Blackistan.
What? They arrested more juveniles than adults for robbery.
This shit don't make no sense.
God damn it. Jesus Christ. And Khalil Karan, you know what I'm saying, man?
I bet you that's a national trend. I bet you that most cities are experiencing the same thing.
And every time they say like crime rates are down, it just makes me want to throw myself out the window. It's like you just stop.
She's like, oh yeah, the
reporting
crime
them,
rate are
man.
down a bit.
No,
It's
No.
down like 15
it's
units.
the prosecution rate that's down. It's not the
Yeah,
crime.
man. Yeah, they just stop arresting
they're
cats
just-
for shit.
Yeah, they're not prosecuting.
More
Crimes are still
juveniles
being
than
committed
adults.
and
I
reported.
used to post guns. Used to be in the streets, not like that, but like in the street. But I used to follow the wrong crowd. Used to be and stuff, getting shot at.
Then he met the anti-violence activist he knows as Miss Hardy, who helped him imagine a different life.
Is there anything in your neighborhood that can stop you?
That's what her
That's
group
what we need.
Friday does.
More some ladies with fat asses to get these kids.
Stop trying to be like everybody else. Stop being a follower. Be a leader. If you follow somebody, it gets you in the wrong place, like jail. It could get you killed.
Now, Rashad and these kids are mapping out better futures. We stopped by a community event where they were making vision boards.
A real estate agent at most. And I'm thinking about being a barber when I grow up.
And Rashad reminds his friends they can grow up.
Tell them I love them. Stop being a follower. Be a leader to the little kids. If you're doing like stuff that you're not supposed to be doing, the stuff that the little kids see you doing, they gonna want to do it.
He's asking people in charge to help.
Change your community by getting kids like their own little place to stay, like they happy place, like build them new playgrounds.
Because what they're envisioning is simple.
I want myself to be safe.
To be safe and just be a kid.
Yeah.
Just put up.
DC Police for more specifics on juveniles being involved in crime this year. We had to put in a public.
Put up sandbag walls to protect the playgrounds.
Around the playgrounds. That's all they could do.
It's rough, man.
Like the HESCO
We'll
barriers
share
and
that
shit.
data as soon as we hear back from them, and it's.
Well, we continue our look at communities and crime this morning. Montgomery County State's Attorney John McCarthy is here with me now for an in-depth conversation about this and much more. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you. Good morning.
We were just talking about the new year. For many of us, new beginnings, maybe some changes. Let's talk about some new laws and policies. What can we expect?
Well, I think there's going to be a very interesting legislative
Smash,
session
yeah.
down in Annapolis as we now have had a referendum that's going to legalize personal use of marijuana. So there's a lot of changes going to be coming with that. We're continuing to struggle with issues of crime in the community, as we are regionally, and we'll be talking about issues about gun safety, particularly, and different locations and places people will be permitted to wear and carry guns in light of a Supreme Court case that came out last summer. We've had thousands of people apply for wear carry permits here in Maryland. So there's a lot more people going to be out in the community wearing handguns.
Several points you brought up there that I want to ask you about. Let's talk about ghost guns. Obviously, we know that's been a big thing really around the country, obviously in Montgomery County as well. How has that been going? I know there were hundreds of ghost guns seized earlier in the year. Last year, we saw the Magruder High School student was sentenced. He also was using a ghost gun. Moving forward, how do you foresee that happening?
Well, unfortunately, we continue to see both regionally and in Montgomery County a trend where the number of ghost guns being seized by the police on the streets in all of our jurisdictions has increased. If there's a beginning to be a silver lining, I would suggest that, one, the highest number of ghost guns was in the first half of last year. We actually began to see a declining of the number of ghost guns seized in the community. I think there's a number of reasons for that. I do think there's been very recently some impact by the very significant sentence that was given in the Magruder case. I think that that was
40 years, correct?
That was 40 years suspended. That young man got 18 years for that, in that particular case. There's been a ghost gun ban that's been passed by the Maryland legislature.
So stiff sentences actually get around the word about that, actually gets around the criminal community and
What
change
about
behaviors.
stolen guns that were stolen from somebody? How about you take those and you charge them just the same as ghost guns, like double the sentence?
Well, they also don't point out that 98% of ghost guns are sitting in normal people's houses, not committing crimes.
Or they classify ghost guns as those where people have filed off the serial numbers.
They don't mention that part.
Let's keep in mind, this is just a deflection. Okay, let's be honest. This is just a deflection because ghost guns you can have a whole room full of ghost guns. Those ghost guns are not going to hurt anybody. It's the mentality that's behind, and that's the part that they don't want to address. They will blame the guns. They will blame the bullets. They will blame the manufacturers. They will blame toe itch. Anything to get around the fact that they don't want to enforce the law and that these juveniles and their parents are responsible for committing these crimes. That's the bottom of the issue. All of these other tangents, and that's another thing that's disgusting what the Republicans do. They go off on these tangents. Let's address the fact that we have a violent set of society that thinks that they don't deserve any consequences and that they're killing innocent people. That's the bottom line.
Yep.
Of ghost guns seized in the community. I think there's a number of reasons for that. I do think there's been very recently some impact by the very significant sentence that was given in the Magruder case. I think that that
was 40 years, correct?
That was 40 years suspended. That young man got 18 years for that in that particular
And one more
case.
thing. Well, hold on one second. One more thing. When they bring up all this ghost gun stuff, this is just one way for them to chip away at people's 2A rights. That's all it is. I don't want to hear anything about ghost guns. I don't want to hear anything about that because this is just one way for the government to get out of their duty, and that is to make sure society is safe. That's it.
Let me ask. So AP, like, so ghost guns just basically a stolen gun. It's kind of been like either been filed down or they're kind of like hacking and swapping guns together or some shit like that. Is that basically it? I don't know.
You can buy kits online and build your own Glock, basically.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You can
That's
do
awesome.
it with AR-15s, buying 80% receivers and then milling them out.
So that's what. So these kids in the hood are buying guns off the internet and building them.
There's a couple of them that know how to make them, and they're doing it. Or you can bring them the kit. You can bring the kit to that kid. But all these little son-teens don't know how to do it.
But they pad the numbers. They're padding the ghost gun numbers. They're padding it by because it's actually including guns with serial numbers filed
without
off.
serial numbers.
Okay, so it's all of the above. Okay.
That these are juveniles who should not be having guns anyway. So until we have that conversation, I don't want to hear about ghost guns. I don't want to hear about stolen guns. When we start putting these people in jail and we start executing the ones who are going out here committing these murders, then we can have that conversation.
The problem is that this is one of the richest counties in the country. Montgomery County, it's like the white answer to PG County in the area, DC area. So this is like the rich white county, and the fact that they're having this problem, terrifying.
Attorney
Man.
John McCarthy joining us this morning.
And it's sun teens in their area doing this. It's not them.
Right.
It's not the white kids.
Yeah,
It's the sun
And the
teens.
white
We'll send
and
it
the
over to
brothers
you.
there don't want to have that conversation because they know they're the ones who are doing it. Because
Yeah,
they
if
bring
you
up that
prosecute
loud
this
part-
stuff heavily, it's just going to go right
Right,
back
and
to
they'll be
why
like,
are they
"Oh,
putting
they're
us in prison
racist."
out of proportion.
Right.
Yeah, why do we make up this amount of the population in this county, but yet we make up 75% of the jail population?
It's like a
Yeah.
vicious cycle.
Take a look with me at this police chase that ended in Prince George's County. A couple was driving when they saw those officers speeding right down the highway on Wednesday. Police arrested 3 teenagers, charging them with 13 crimes that they say took place over a 9-hour period. Those arrests were announced by that new
13 crimes in 9 hours.
carjacking task force between DC and Prince George's County police aimed at cutting the surge in teen carjackings and a number of other crimes.
You think this guy is fucking concerned and troubled and his heart aches for those 13 people that were victims in these 9 hours?
All right, Megan Rivers.
Oh, hell,
I'm
Doc, you
looking
have
into this
several
for us
rumbles
today. And
now.
Megan, what are we
Okay,
what are
thank you.
police saying about this investigation? Once again, we're talking about young people committing these brazen crimes.
Good evening, Lorenzo. Yeah, it's a bizarre story. And according to DC and Prince George's County Police, the teens are from 13, 15, and 17 years old. And their crime spree started in Southeast DC. Now, over the course of the 9 hours, they reportedly committed armed robbery 9 different times between the 2 jurisdictions.
9 hours. That means, listen, man, not for nothing, man. These some men, man, like the dedication to just stick with it, man, and like, I mean, keep it
Really
going.
9 to 5 on it.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
really
they
do
can make
anything if
10
you put your mind
times-
to it.
They can make 10 times
Yeah.
what that is if they would apply themselves to a job.
Nah, you
And
gotta
the
understand.
problem is though, they'll only get charged with like 1 assault and 1 armed robbery each.
Yeah, this all gonna get knocked off, but
Yep.
these guys don't want. This is the thing that people don't understand. Like, they don't want jobs. They don't have the decorum. Like these kids. Like for instance, when I did the easiest job, when I did canvassing, so what they call outdoor sales. They give you a pitch, and you go knock on people's doors, and you get them to sign up, and you just get the lead. You get them to sign up, and then they'll send us. The company will send a salesman later to go do all the hard work. All you have to do is get the lead. And we got a lot of sun teens and sun men, because those are people that it's a job that it's hard to get good candidates for. You know what I'm saying? So these guys will show up at the door, reeking of weed, pants sagging, chewing on a straw.
Late.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. This whole getting a job shit, it's frustrating because it makes it seem as if they making a choice either or it both are just as likely, or they're being forbidden from something. These kids don't want no fucking job, and they wouldn't know what the fuck to do with a job.
And you wouldn't want to work around them because they are not safe. Imagine correcting them or trying to tell them that, hey, buddy, you did this wrong. They're going to blow your head off. They're going to cuss you out. You won't be allowed to have anything in the locker room because they'll break into the lockers and steal your stuff. I mean, this whole thing about, just offer them jobs. Well, if they can't find a job, then how come Jose, who comes over here, who doesn't speak a lick of English, can have jobs all over the place?
Yeah,
It
much
doesn't
less.
make any sense.
Well,
I'm not saying they need a job. I'm saying they could make more with dedication to actually get to a job than they could doing
They
this.
don't want to.
And I know they don't want to, but they
Well,
could make more money doing that.
They could. Yeah, they could be a fucking astronaut too. Like,
Yeah, except for the fact that offering them constructive criticism will cause them to kill you. So,
like there was a where I'm at that a business came in and they offered all these jobs in the hood, paying way more than everybody with health insurance. It was like it was a glider business, and they were like 6 or 7 months behind because they didn't count on people not showing up to work. They just didn't even consider it, and they couldn't get no one to show. Like no one would show up.
Yeah, I mean that's having been a manager and having been an employee and then being a manager. I did not know how bad it was until I became a manager, a person
They're
in
too
charge
lazy.
or
They
authority.
can't even go to school. They can't even go to school. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
They don't want to. This is what they want to do. This also gets them social capital. These guys are somebody. These guys are. Have you heard the rap lyrics? These guys are doing what the rappers talk about. They really doing it. So imagine with who they are in their community. If the rapper who's just rapping about it is somebody in the community, what do you think the guy who's actually doing it is? These guys are very popular in the community. They're very, very popular with the ladies, the other guys.
Yeah, the other thing too is like it's a culture that celebrates death. Like no other. No, you always see someone's face on a T-shirt after someone dies, man. Like that's clout, man.
Yeah.
Someone's walking around with your face on a T-shirt after you're dead, and if you
Yeah.
get locked up, everyone's saying #free whatever the fuck your name is. Like this is
Yeah,
all
for 15 minutes.
clout.
And T.I. can fix his mouth and say, why aren't they prosecuting country music singers and shit?
Yeah.
Like they're doing the
17
same
years
thing.
old, and their crime spree started in Southeast DC. Now, over the course of the 9 hours, they reportedly committed armed robbery 9 different times between the 2 jurisdictions, attempted to carjack 2 different people, and assaulted 2 more. The teens led police on a high-speed chase that ended on Suitland Parkway yesterday. The video you're looking at was shot by Courtney and Don Porter. Now, the couple tells me that they were heading to pick up their 3-year-old son from daycare when they saw this chase.
I felt like I was literally in a movie.
I vividly, remember the Camry passing by, and I was like, man, that car is moving, right? and then I saw all the cops. I was like, well, must be a motorcade. Maybe this is the lead car or something. I was like, maybe,
Right here at this same spot in 2001, we were in a stolen car and it set on fire right there. And crazy story, man. Me and my boy Mike, he's gone. Keith is dead. But everybody in that car is either jail or dead. But I know this area very, very well. Suitland Parkway, right?
It was a black Camry.
Yeah, Don was saying that he was actually taking his wife to work. They carpooled yesterday because of the carjackings in the area. Now, a BB gun was found on the teens. Police say that they were reported.
BB guns. So they were robbing people with BB guns, fake guns.
And they
We must
carpooled
remove toy
because of
guns
the
from society.
carjackings in the area.
Yeah, this is, and if you'd ever gotten shot, if the cop would have shot one of these kids, it would have been Tamir Rice all over again. It would have been fucking Quran. I mean, it would have been like the guy was the guy in Houston.
It'd be fire him, prosecute him, all that good shit.
We wouldn't have saw that map with all them dots just now. I'll tell you that much. It would have just been like, hey, it's just driving around. I got shot with a BB gun.
Yep.
Area. Now, a BB gun was found on the teens. Police say that they were reportedly found in a stolen vehicle that had been reported stolen earlier in the day. Now, I asked
And here's the
MPD
thing too. Now, being in a stolen vehicle is nothing, and amongst that group, that 13 to I'd say 30 year old son group in DC, all this shit is a little bit much. But just riding around or in a stolen car is not like you're like a bad boy or something.
just
Or,
normal
look at
behavior.
me. Yeah, I'm badass, mother. I'm driving the stolen car. No, it's pretty normal.
if these 3 have ever been arrested before, because during the joint conference yesterday, Chief Conti mentioned how a number of those teens who are arrested are repeat offenders. Now, according to MPD, they are not able to release that information because they are juveniles. So as soon as we gain more information, we will continue to update you on air and online.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough spot. Rough spot, man. DC is not. But let's
We
see
need to
what.
revise the rules. After the third time, your juvenile record is free for everyone to see whenever you get arrested again, and it gets blasted out.
Let me read some of these these super chats on Rumble. Salute to everybody watching on Rumble too, man. Rumble showing up big today, man. My man Dark Man, that's Alexander. He says humble donation from London. All right, bro. Thank you. Whatever the fuck. Johnny Rev says, yes, some people have an inferiority complex based on coveting what their neighbor has. They don't believe in the commandment, thou shalt not covet nor adultery. Forrest01 says, hey, I sure hope you can get your Rumble channel built up. YouTube scumbags are clearly suppressing the hell out of your subscribers over there. You've been between 42,900 and 4,300 for ages. Yeah, man. I've been stuck on that 42,000 subscribers for 3 years. So I've done probably maybe 2,000 videos on this channel in those 3 years, maybe 3,000 videos on this channel, and I've gained no subscribers.
Well, that and just on YouTube alone, you're getting up around 500 a night now.
Yeah, and no
469 right
subscribers,
now.
and gaining no one subscribes.
Honestly, that's why like I can't trust nobody else if they getting subscribers, because that means they lying. They're fucking saying bullshit.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true because every channel is treated differently. Like they may just be treated normally. You know what I'm saying? Like my channel just being treated differently. So they may be getting subscribers at a normal rate. They may not be getting. They may not, like for instance, last year the other channel, Occupation TV, I was suspended 4 times.
Yeah, but
in 1 year on that channel.
I've been watching y'all for a minute, and no one keeps it a zillion like this. Your panel does. You know what I mean? Like y'all don't pull no punches,
Well,
and a lot of these cats, they kind of keep it real, but they don't all the way keep it real when it touches their pockets. That's what I'm saying.
Much
well,
appreciated.
a lot of the channels are focused more on political content. They touch a story now and then on crime, but they're more broadly focused. This one that just focuses mainly on crime, it really gets shadow banned. The other ones, they get shadow banned a little bit, but
yeah, it's
they
this.
can't
like
do
I
that
say,
because in the political realm, everybody talks to each other and says, "Hey, I'm being shadow banned," and they get that, and so they back off a little bit, so they don't reveal that. But this one's under the radar.
yeah, exactly. They may talk about things like more political stuff, and listen, I bet if I talked about politics, they would still shadow ban. Like I mean, because I think it's just the way you talk about these topics too.
You can't talk about
surely.
politics and ignore crime. Everything feeds into each other, though. That's the whole
Yeah.
thing. That's what I mean. Like,
Exactly.
they ignoring certain things.
But let's see what is going on, because maybe there's a solution, man, in Washington D.C. Maybe there's solutions. Maybe there's something that could be done
This
about
new
this.
government program hopes to have great results.
I lost somebody on May 26th to gun violence, and I don't want to keep losing people.
Yeah,
Oh, man,
young
he ain't
people
got all of his
are
adult
more and
teeth
more
yet.
likely to be the victims of violent crime in D.C., and they're also being arrested for violent crimes on their first offense. The D.C. Attorney General is the one who handles juvenile crime.
Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, was first to sit down with him this morning. Katie, how can really one office make all the change here?
Well, it's a big job, Marina, to your point, and as you both just said, it is an issue here. Just yesterday, a 12-year-old was arrested for armed robbery with a gun, and we're not even 5 full days into the new year, and already 5 kids under the age of 18 have been shot in the district, including an 8-year-old boy.
So the Quran is really the only. You would think
He's
Karan
middle
is the
aged.
only kid. Yeah, exactly. Great point. He's middle aged. But you would think he was the only kid. If you just were watching this from a distance, you would think he was the only kid that got shot this year in DC.
The problem here, and DC's Attorney General is responsible for handling juvenile crime. And the brand new man in the office, Brian Schwalb, says he plans to tackle juvenile crime by trying to get at the root of the problem.
That's what the Office of Attorney General is going to be committed to doing, both addressing crime after it's occurred and trying to get to the root causes that prevent cycles of crime from starting in the first place.
What does that look like in practical terms? And that's, a big task, stopping it before it becomes a crime and dealing with an issue long before it gets to your desk. What does that look like in practical terms? How do you do that?
Well, we know that some of the root causes for crime, such as housing instability, economic inequities, discrimination, are things that the Office of Attorney General in our
discrimination.
No, it's called son women unable to control the kids and unwilling to, for the most part.
It's called DNA, man.
There's
no fix. You can't fix the DNA. Once if they go by your theory, Johnny, right there, that's the problem. It's DNA. It's none
just
of that.
It's not only some women, it's some men as well.
Exactly. It's DNA. The some women, listen, DC is federal government job. DC it's the nation's capital. There's a lot of sisters there with excellent job. Between PG County and DC, there's tens of thousands of sisters who make $100,000 a year. They, you know what I'm saying, have homes, cars, great lives. Their kids are carjacking people.
Here's the deal, though, man. This is all about women, not just some women. Like, ain't no way an old ass dude that came on there 20 years ago, but like, it's about a house. Like, nah, bro. Like, he's trying to keep his job. He's trying to appease all women, man. And they're always in their feelings, so he's always copping pleas. He's not like, yo, they keep fucking up over here.
Yeah, it's DNA. There's no solutions.
Civil jurisdiction has primary focus on.
Schwalb said he is also reviewing all ongoing cases brought by former Attorney General Karl Racine, including the 2 civil lawsuits against the Washington Commanders, one for possible financial misconduct and ticket.
Here in Washington, like other cities, too many are exposed to the effects of gun violence at an early age. But some are finding a way to change their focus. Here's CBS's Ben Tracy.
16-year-old Mohamed Tambu wasn't sure what he was good at besides basketball.
Especially living in DC. All you know is basketball.
I know this court. This is J.O. Wilson, I think.
Gang violence.
Get a ball right here.
But then he heard about a program teaching kids to make short films.
And I said, I want to be a part of this. The only
So this kid, do they have programs in white communities to teach you how to make short films?
Yeah, they're not for the purpose of getting people to stop shooting each other.
That's called rap video training right there.
No, but I mean for free.
Hey,
I'm not talking about for free. You get you for free. No, this ain't Joel Wilson. This is another school. For free.
No, I'm just saying that's going to be just rap video training. That's all it is.
Nah, but no, they don't have nothing like that. The other thing too is like I just noticed this as you keep playing these things. You notice how they always say gun violence and never say murder. Like they act every time they just going after 2A every fucking time.
Yeah,
it's like murder, dog.
Wow,
good point.
All you know is basketball, gang violence.
Get a ball right here.
But then he heard about a program
That's all your
teaching
parents have
kids to
exposed
make
you
short
to.
films.
And I said, I want to be a part of this. The only type of videos I've ever shot was on my phone.
It's called Don't Shoot Guns, Shoot Cameras.
Oh, Matt
Once you
Barnes.
tell kids
Look at
not
Matt Barnes, the basketball player, man.
Yeah.
Right there. Salute to Matt Barnes, man. Hope the little Sun teams, man.
Don't shoot guns, shoot cameras.
Once you tell kids not to get into gang violence, what are they going to do?
Yasmin Salina and comedian Rodney Grant run the
Yeah.
program. His
You know
like
Rodney
that's
Grant?
the only
Is that
fucking
Red?
choice.
Yeah, Red Grant.
He performed. He performed a cat. Yeah.
I like Red Man.
That ain't Red Man. That's
I mean, not Red Man. What's his name is?
Red Grant.
Red Grant.
No, he ran for mayor though.
For real.
This last cycle, he lost, but as an independent, he did decent though.
Okay.
Yasmin Salina and comedian Rodney Grant run the program. His nephew was shot to death in 2015.
These kids don't deserve guns in their hand. They don't deserve people not believing in them. They got to have more people believing in them.
Nice.
After working on the group's final short film, 17-year-old Marley McDonald is now.
Is that what they're shooting for real?
Yes. Look,
Why did even why even shooting that?
God damn. They shoot the next installment of The Wire and shit.
Listen, they're making movies about their reality, man.
Don't
That's
shoot
what
while
they're
you loot.
I understand, but like
that's called practice. That's what that's called.
Yeah,
it's just like have some imagination,
Yeah,
man.
that's just a revolving door. Revolving door.
That's what my man Matt Byron should have said. Dream bigger. Like he should have been like, "That's cool," but like, "Hey, man, what if we don't do something about shoplifting?"
Yeah. Oh, crap.
Let's make a black show that's not about single mothers. You know,
Delinquent
disgusting
offspring running
behavior,
around fucking
gangs,
shit
and
up.
drugs.
Like I said, all it's going to turn in is training on how to better shoot a rap video. That's what it's going to turn into.
Yep.
God damn.
Salute the Dub
Y'all so
Chunks, man.
negative. Golly. The little boy trying. Give him a shot.
Yeah,
He
that's what I
trying.
said.
No,
He trying, y'all. The little
I'm
boy
rooting
trying.
for him. I'm rooting for him, but like, yo, it's
I mean,
when
just don't be so negative for the child.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You know, he probably
how
has
many-
friends that were like, "Man, you gay for doing that."
Yeah, and how
I
many days
mean,
or how
they
many hours out of
probably
the
is
day?
saying that.
How many hours out of the day are they not being raised by their parents already in that school, supposedly, right? These dudes are getting raised by their homeboys and shit like that. So this is a step in the right direction. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but like,
the
but you
little
got to
boy
get to the root
trying.
cause. Like, you got to get to the root. Like, you got cats over here. They talk all this shit. They celebrate like firing on somebody for no reason, and then they show up to help the kids. It's like, nah, bro, stop talking that shit up over here and showing up with a camera. Like, maybe you should change your message.
Salute to Doug Chunks, man. Doug Chunks says, "Howdy, Ock. I've been researching a son acquaintance who murdered a cab driver up here years ago and found this page that reminded me of the gun memorial. It's called the Taxi Driver Memoriam List." You gotta be joking, man. I hope you're joking, man. I gotta look that up, man. The Taxi Driver Memoriam List. Yeah, if that's a real page, man, I'm gonna be. Oh, that's that.
Yeah.
Lord, man.
It's gonna be a lot of just Patels and just
Oh my
sad people
God.
faces, man.
It's real.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a real thing. Damn, taxi drivers killed.
That's more interesting than this shit.
Oh my God, yo! But I'm rooting for these kids right here. But it's just
Look how many
No.
though. Yikes.
No, I've got no problem with it, but you know, you're talking about you're spending millions to save one in 30,000.
Well, the millions got to be spent on that though. It's earmarked. Those millions are earmarked, except because these aren't donations. These aren't private. Though these are the federal dollars that are earmarked for that. So it's like
That means you and me are paying for it, Ock.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm paying for, man. Listen, I'm paying for it. If you send me a super chat, if I was in DC, that super chat would be a portion of that super chat would be going to this bullshit. So I'm glad I don't live in DC no more.
Well, no, it's still Ock. This is federal dollars, man. A portion of this money's still going to them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Anything federal, yeah. But yeah, this shit right here. Listen, these kids will still say they don't have anything to do, and this type of program. Imagine Appalachia, some little town in Appalachia had this, man. They don't have this shit in Appalachia. They don't have this shit in fucking what do they call it? West Virginia and fucking Kentucky and goddamn Tennessee. Those little towns and those little backwater towns where those fucking crackers live at. They don't have that shit where those white people live at. Those people live in squalor. They can't fucking just have a free fucking goddamn program to teach you how to fucking be Steven Spielberg. Because I promise you, they're working with all state-of-the-art equipment. You got an NBA basketball player who has his own company, his own media company right there. You have probably other people we don't see, you know what I'm saying, in this special. These kids are getting top-notch college level. The fucking film program at NYU probably pales in comparison to this fucking program.
They probably connected to that program, to be real with
It's
you.
important to have people
Fact,
that
they
look
had
like me telling
12
stories
listed
about
in
similar life
2022
experiences.
killed, and that's only as of May 22nd as far as taxi drivers.
Wow.
That's
It's
with the
important to have
bulletproof.
people that look like me telling stories about
That's
similar
with 90% of people switching to Uber.
Damn.
people that look like me telling stories about similar life experiences that I went through.
And Muhammad now knows something else he's good at.
Does that make you believe there's all sorts of other things
Yeah.
you might be able to do and do really well?
Yes. It opened doors that I would have
I
never
think this
thought.
kid the way he talks and he's African, he got his parents, he probably got a chance. He got a chance.
You can see in his
the way he said yes.
You see his
You
eyes.
can see in his eyes. I was just about
Yeah,
to
he
say
not
that.
hard. Yeah, he not hard. Because you
Yeah.
don't got that dull, dry,
Yeah,
hard
the evil, wicked, soulless look.
exactly. Yeah, you know that look. Like he don't
Yeah,
have
it's
that.
They need to get
Yeah.
him off the camera if they're trying to prove a point, man. Because he's got parents from another country that give a fuck about him, and he's gonna get out.
Yeah.
It's
But
not his skin, and it's not his poverty.
Still want to be though. He could still want to be like if he goes to school with these kids and lives in the neighborhood with them, he could still fall victim though.
But at least he'll be a boss.
Would be open.
Because he now sees his world through a whole new lens. Ben Tracy, CBS
I mean,
News.
they probably would want him to shoot out his rap videos.
Nearly 40 years ago, Paul Weinstock and Kevin Copeland met playing basketball.
I was the point guard / shooting guard.
We began to work together as a team in concert.
Their bond lasted just 1 year, 9th grade. They moved on to new schools and new choices.
Paul, how did you make your choice for drugs and crime?
What I think it was more so peer pressure and I'm going to say greed and wanting to be accepted.
And Kevin, you faced those same choices.
I did.
And you decided to become a cop.
I did.
Kevin spent 23 years as a DC police officer. Paul was convicted of cocaine trafficking, sentenced to 2 life terms in Leavenworth. But then Paul's dad was shot dead by a troubled young man he knew, and Paul decided to change his own life.
And I had a goal and a plan that when I came out that I was going to help as many at-risk youth as possible.
And he did. After 23 years, he was released on good behavior. By chance, the old friends ran into each other at a charity event.
I said, Paul Weinstock, I went to school with him.
They quickly found common ground again.
Change is not what you say, change is what you do.
Keeping teens out of jail through a mentoring program for kids charged with a crime. Your styles are different.
Yes.
You're a little more in their face?
Yes, I'm a little hard with them at times because sometimes they can understand it better from a person that experienced it.
The good cop and ex-criminal combo is working.
Well, I think they're two good people.
It's a blessing because I ain't really had that positive role model growing up.
Paul and Kevin's life choices now coming full circle and setting a powerful example for their community.
We've always represented the team, even when we were here playing and the crowd was cheering us on, Paul, cheering us on.
Fate bringing them together. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel.
That's really what some team needs. They need law and order, and they also need somebody to understand where they're coming from.
Show highlights and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Children growing up in some parts of the US are being exposed to gun crime at a young age. 14-year-old Mecca Williams says he was aware of gun violence from as young as 4. Later, he got himself into trouble at school, at home, and with the law. But since joining violence prevention workshops at the Washington, D.C.-based nonprofit Alliance of Concerned Men, he says he's in a better position to deal with what he sees around him without resorting to violence.
It's not a situation in my neighborhood, but from the conflict resolution,
It's skipping.
It give me that time to get up.
What do you mean? It's skipping?
No, that's his talk. That's his speaking.
No, No, I'm hearing
yeah,
I'm hearing the popping
yeah,
too.
it's
I'm
popping
hearing
a
the
little
popping
bit.
too.
It's popping a little bit.
All
They
right,
did them
man.
wrong on the lighting, bro. They could have lit them better than that, man.
Man, it's hard being a son, man. I'm the same
Like
way,
an
man.
unlocked character, man.
Them cameras are racist.
Yeah, cameras are racist, man. I'm a son, man.
No,
Man, I know that.
he's reporting on the he's anonymous reporting. You can't not supposed to see his face.
So they call it. They keep on calling it gun crime. Like these guns are running around
you
all by
see?
themselves, and they're animated.
You
And
peep that
the
shit?
guns are animated, running around shooting people.
Yeah.
Nobody
Just
actually
little gnomes.
the gun.
I mean, everything not a murder. Some people do survive, so I see why they won't call it a murder.
But it's crime.
Modern
Whatever.
Renaissance man
Or
had somebody
shootings.
on, had Uncle Tom on the other day, and his wife was there, and they were kind of on camera together, and he was kind of in the background in the dark, and he was just speaking from the void there. It's like, hey, where'd you go?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, millions of kids in America grow up with guns.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But it's
You
all
know,
about,
I was
you
walking
know,
around the woods with one at 12 years old hunting deer.
Right.
it's all
I
about
shot my
DNA,
first
man.
gun when I was 3.
What?
Damn.
That's Memphis.
What?
That was 15.
When'd you learn how to juke? When'd you learn how to Memphis juke?
My daddy.
Oh, your daddy?
Yeah.
Who's Oak Fluey? Who's Oak Fluey?
Oh, this is my son. YouTube.
Oh, you on your son shit?
Mm-hmm.
You
He
know
like
his-
anime.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
Sir-
yeah, he love anime. He like to speak. He learned Japanese on his own.
Oh,
Good,
shit.
good. Keep him
Good,
nerded out.
man.
Yeah,
Good, man.
yes, he's very nerdy.
That's what's up,
Nerded out,
man.
man.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, salute, man. Do he have a thick southern accent like you, or do he talk like somebody from New York?
He actually sounds like somebody from up north. I don't know where he get his accent from.
It comes
Okay.
from the schools.
That's good,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, he
Because
sound white.
It's his peers. It's his
He
peers.
sound
he's
white.
around.
Okay, that's good,
Yes.
man. That's good.
He,
I love.
he got the anime sound of white. He's good.
Yeah, he wear glasses and he's
Oh
he's
wow.
nerdy.
He
He's
headed
real
to be a
nerdy.
CEO. That's where he's headed.
And he don't listen to rap music. If he do listen to a rapper, it's like XXXTentacion, and I don't allow him to listen to it. But y'all
No
know
Project Pat?
XXXTentacion. He don't act like a southern rapper.
No Project
No,
Pat?
no Project Pat. He don't even know who Project Pat is.
Man, cheese and dope. Put him onto that shit.
Definitely.
Yeah, man. Salute. Jordan Turner says over
Chicken head.
500 sons killed by sons each month in America. That's over 6,000 a year. Nah, man. He said 6,000 a year. Listen, it's 10,000. It was 10,000, and then since 2020, it's been 14,000 a year. Your numbers are way off, Jordan.
22 or 24,000 were killed last year, according to Rising Crime News that went over the year-end stats.
Yeah, he said 6,000 a year. I gotta.
I would
Wait,
say
hold up.
probably 8 to that is
That's if you don't count weekends.
Yeah, man. That's just erroneous information. But salute to you, man. Salute to you, man. Thank you for your
So-
input, man.
I'm dumb. So what is it? Lower or higher? I didn't understand. It's more or less.
He said 6,000 sons get killed a year, and it's actually it was 10,000 a year before 2020. Now it's 14,000 a year since 2020.
Damn.
So we're talking about a lot of fucking murder. Yeah.
Violence
And that doesn't
prevention
count
workshops
abortion.
at the Washington, D.C.-based nonprofit Alliance of Concerned Men. He says he's in a better position to deal with what he sees around him without resorting to violence.
It's not a safe space in my neighborhood, but from the conflict resolution, it give me that time to get away from that, all that, and just come here to do something positive with myself.
That boy dead in the
knows just
inside.
how bad things
Oh
can
my
get. He grew up in D.C., got involved with violent crime, and ended up doing 20 years in jail.
Look at that.
That's
Look
the
at
P.
that.
That's definitely the PJs right there.
Yeah.
Bars on the windows.
bad things can get. He grew up in DC, got involved with violent crime, and ended up doing 20 years in jail.
It's more the condition of the brickwork. It's more than the grates on the the gates on the doors and windows. It's the condition of the brickwork that's the telltale thing.
Yeah, I was like, damn, it looks nice.
Yeah, it's shoddy.
Hey, I'm about to say to the chat, y'all, I do monitor my child watching anime. I know some weird stuff in there, so
in the anime, it's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's good to jerk off too. They got the octopus.
Wait till we get the hentai.
I keep an eye on him, y'all.
Whatever, it's a red-blooded kid. He got to catch a nut here and there, man. Give him a break.
No.
Shit.
See why some teens don't need to be raised by a certain men.
She gonna notice when his socks start being starched and shit.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Like, yeah, these are hard.
I don't want to hear about y'all's teenage life.
How? Yeah, all right.
The door's always locked, and he's always coming to answer the door with beads of sweat on his forehead and shit.
Taking them long ass showers, when you used to have to beg him to wash.
Pants poking out and a look of guilt on his face.
I done opened up a can of worms.
Yeah, so
or you're just gonna walk in on them.
Put me in the system.
Oh Lord, don't do that. Don't do that, dude. That's gotta be a mother's.
That was the worst.
That's gotta be a mother's nightmare to walk in on you while you doing that. Man. Yikes.
Grab them, pull your pants up, closing the windows and shit.
That never happened, but I gotta imagine that's gotta be a mom's nightmare.
Just
man.
running through lotion at a record pace and shit. You're like,
Oh my
damn,
God.
what the fuck, man? How much shea butter you use?
Stop it.
All this cocoa butter. What the fuck happened?
Well, way worse than that is walking in on your parents, man. That'd be even worse.
Dude, chill. Okay, we done. Move on.
Stop giving people nightmares, man.
Don't resurface those images, man. Come on.
Pretty much put me in the system because I felt that was an easier way of me making money, me not having the proper guardians at the time and stuff like that.
Wilson says he's benefited from programs that helped him to rehabilitate. He's joined Alliance of Concerned Men and is training to lead workshops like conflict resolution. Program leaders say poverty, substance misuse, abuse, a lack of good role models, and even boredom leads kids to get involved with guns. Re-educating them on how to deal with their emotions and to change their mindset is key. Not far away, children are taking part in an after-school program organized by the Trayron Center, a non-profit helping people affected by gun violence to heal. School children who've experienced trauma from gun crime.
Hey, can you pause this for a second?
Not crime, gun violence.
Do you think that some women need boxing training at a young age?
Yeah, I mean, because they're going to get in fights. It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed.
No, because if they win, they're going to come back and kill them.
True.
Yeah.
Class overseen by a psychiatrist.
We find that some folks really just do better with a nonverbal way of expressing themselves. They hear shooting out their windows on a regular basis, and and are used to being on the playground and having to run in and come and duck and cover. Sort of like you think about
this bitch is worthless, man.
Data from the DC Metropolitan Police Department
She's
shows
making
violent
bank.
crime overall has risen since last year, as have crimes with guns. Many of the victims and suspects are juveniles, making this a crucial age group to focus on to stop the cycle of violence.
This part of Washington, D.C. sees most of the gun crime in the city, and experts say that the causes are actually a lot more complicated than how it's usually portrayed. But
Those two guys back there
such as conflict resolution
are trying to decide if they're going to rob this bitch and her cameraman before they leave.
as long as the causes are addressed. Caroline Malone, CGTN, Washington.
Yo, why I always gotta hear? Yeah, why is always a British motherfucker telling me how shitty we are, man? Like, go back on the other side of the fucking pond. Figure your shit out.
Yeah, talk about knife crime.
Yeah, another fucked up thing about you. It's like, fuck off, bitch.
They said that they use I think Aki did a story about that, about how they use foreigners to talk about things because it make it seem like it's it's important or something
more
like that.
respect. There's more. The English accent is like authoritative. Like if
You
you
want to make them seem more sophisticated.
sophisticated, and like they know what they sound like. You know what you're talking about.
I used to believe that too. You could tell me anything in a British accent. I'd be like, yeah, the earth is flat. You know what I mean? But like now I'm like, fuck them.
It's like National
Without a doubt.
Geographic.
Without a doubt, they use that. That and it gets you. It works. It's very effective.
They won't believe me with my accent, huh?
Nah,
This is a different reaction.
Nah,
They started to fund me for your ass.
You gotta trust. You gotta trust it. No, you're believable. Maybe not as a science. Like I wouldn't believe you if you were telling me something about scientific facts or something like that. But I would believe you if you were telling me something like about a story or something. Because that Southern voice is more honest and wholesome, and that is used too. So I mean,
it's very warm.
Yeah, it makes you feel like this person ain't lying about me. This person's telling the truth.
Don't listen. Them gliders will judge you harshly. Trust. They'll figure out like where to send money to you and shit. They'll look down on your accent.
They gonna send money.
Yup.
Y'all gliders, look down on me. My Cash App is.
We are helping kids to deal with like their anxiety, depression. A lot of trauma has plagued our communities lately. This is like a safe haven, a place where they can come and escape all of the violence and all of the negativity that goes on in the communities. It's like a safe haven out here. One of the ways that we are meeting the organization's mission is by exposing and bringing more awareness to inner city girls about equestrianism. So that is one of the things that we wanted to do. And another thing that we're doing is creating a holistic, well athlete. The community that we serve in Ward 7 and 8 is not 100% of the parents that can afford what it is that we do. So Events DC giving us this award is allowing us to show the world what it is that we're able to do with our inner city kids.
My favorite part of the program is connecting with the horses and doing like art therapy.
Is not something that you find in this equestrian industry, Black and brown people. And so for us to be able to enter into this industry with, gratitude to organizations like Events DC, we're about to create a equestrian team in DC that is going to be unstoppable.
We are dedicated to youth workforce development in the Washington, D.C. area, and we try and service the underserved communities and the young people in those underserved communities. I think the biggest impact that we've had is we've given the young people in the area an opportunity to really get more deeply involved in the bicycle business. Traditionally, the bicycle business has not been very kind to people of color and in general sense.
Oh my God, dog! No, they won't let us buy a bike.
So I used to work in a bike shop. Get everybody in there.
That's because quit stealing them motherfuckers, man. They'll let you in.
I used to work in a bicycle shop, and we used to get all kinds of customers.
That was the dumbest shit I ever fucking heard, man. There's been a systemic thing about blacks and bikes. Like, what the fuck?
To be fair, about the horses, taking care of an animal kind of backdoor teaches you responsibility, and you have to be able to be responsible for them, and that kind of thing works. Bicycle shop.
Yeah,
that's
what I have.
Ain't no some woman finna keep up with no stanky horse.
Yo, and I wasn't banging on the horses. I was just saying this shit. Like, and here's the other thing.
But even then, going on a weekend.
Yo, do some people think that every white person has a fucking horse? Like, you think they just come out and like rub a horse and ride that bitch around? I never got on top of a horse, man.
Happy birthday! Here's your pony.
Wow.
That's what it's like for us, man.
Yeah. I know a lot of gliders and some people that own horses in the country.
That's what I'm saying. It's a totally different vibe.
I like when I ride a horse.
Bicycle business has not been very kind to people of color in a general sense, and specifically in Washington, D.C. And I think having a place like Gearing Up that gives these kids the experience they normally wouldn't get someplace else. It puts them in a position where when they go to apply to these jobs at the bicycle shops in the area, they have the experience and they can really get there and excel.
I really first came to Gearing Up when I was in middle school. I learned almost everything about a bike, to the tires, to the size of the wheels, to, putting in the right fork. Every day is a great memory for me.
We're working with the after-school program right now. And of course, that just finished up with the school year. But it went so well that they asked if we could put together a summer program for them. So we're putting together a 9-week program for them. They're meeting twice a week for 2 hours. So
they look so sad. They look so sad and dry.
Do you know how like pathetic this looks to anybody with half a brain? Like this is like what you couldn't figure out how to fucking fix a bike. That was what junkies used to do for you, man. Like what are you like? This is
damn.
All you need is a screw.
You might be
surprised
how much technology goes into adjusting a bike.
Yeah, you shitting on the craft, man.
Man, no, but
man. You gotta shim things. You gotta find the right lash. You gotta find this different stuff, man.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but like,
you ever true the bicycle wheel?
Yeah, no, but I rode around a bike and fixed flats and popped shit up. And
yeah, but it wasn't no $2,000 carbon fiber frame.
Yeah,
Shimano gears.
The way they're painted like they never saw a bicycle before.
No, but you gotta understand, some of these gliders pay $15,000 for a bike.
Right. And the Sunman will steal it too.
Yeah, which is why they get stolen. Yeah.
And this teaches them to strip them down and sell them on eBay.
I don't know how they could steal them. They had no business in their neighborhood anyway. If they ride a $15,000 bike.
Copper, please.
Course of the program, my goal is to get them trained enough to pass a test that a Professional Bike Mechanics Association, which is a trade association for bicyclists, I would like them to qualify for the assembly certificate.
Hell
so
no.
they'll be qualified to start working on bike shop.
No.
We train
I'm just playing.
in all the theater arts disciplines. So we're training in acting, directing, playwriting, stage management, sound and light design, photography, choreography, and then we task them with staging 2
I've been in here. This is state-of-the-art incubator right in the middle of the fucking ghetto.
full plays a year and a 10-minute play festival in the summer, where they actually write the 10-minute plays. So our mission is to create kinder, gentler, responsible young people who can leave our organization and go work anywhere.
What brings me back to this company? The role that I feel I enjoy being I enjoy being in the office. So
yeah, this kid right here, I'm glad they got this shit for him, because a kid like this, very hard time fitting in the Southern community, man. And there's nothing wrong with this kid. He's just who he is. And you know what I'm saying? If he was a glider kid or a tiger kid, there would be spaces for him. This kid might not be gay. He might just be a little bit on the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this kid might not necessarily be gay.
I love being
young people who can leave our organization and go work anywhere.
What brings me back to this company? The roles that I feel I enjoy being I enjoy being in the office so much. I love being in the office. I love having a sense of responsibility, being right under my boss, Miss Jackie. And we're a team in the office. I don't look at her as just my boss. I look at her as someone I work closely with. I'm alongside my supervisor.
Yeah, Marcy, you're the expert on this, man. What did you learn in your 12 years studying this?
No, he is square. That's all. He is square. Even Mike Tyson got a lisp. Yeah, got a speech impediment.
Yeah, but the mannerisms, man. And he's got the little mustache too. Like, yo.
Yeah, but how many zesties you hear talk about responsibility?
But he won't even claim he has a boss. He's like, it's not my boss. You know, it's just like my close coworker and shit. Like, stop, man.
He a kid. He a square kid. That's all it is.
Yeah, man.
I'll have to hear him talk.
Marcy's the expert, man.
I'll put money on dick in his mouth.
He said, "How many?"
Work and make sure that they have top skills, and they can go and work for anybody, putting in, installing lights, installing sound, working on the latest equipment, is that we have to purchase it. So Events DC came through. And now we have some state-of-the-art equipment. So excited that we actually use in this space now.
The grant from Events DC is absolutely critical to our success this summer.
He's
This
straight
year
too,
will be
huh?
the first time since summer 2019 that our
Yeah,
students
he's
will be
straight.
back in the pool. What I've heard over and over again from our families and our students is
Oh, hell no.
for swimming to start again. And so Events
Oh, that
DC.
guy-
Yes, he is.
At
He
our
swims in
heart-
Speedos.
No, that guy is beside himself because he got this ridiculous degree, like at Columbia or NYU or something. And he was destined to wind up saying, would you like oat milk with that? But he got this gig instead. He's making himself $200,000 a year. That's happiness right there.
And he got a wife.
Nobody in that good of shape talking like that doesn't bang dudes.
Dude, you think about this shit too much,
wait a
man.
minute.
Let it
that
go.
Man, that man is white. That's a glider. That's how they act.
That's a pasty white liberal.
Yeah, that's a pasty white liberal. He ain't gay.
Okay.
That's a flaming white liberal.
Start. And so Events DC is providing that support. At our heart, we're based around the belief that every child deserves the education and opportunities no matter where they live and what zip code they live in. We do that through a deep belief in supporting the whole child through academics with a heavy focus on project-based learning and STEAM instruction, field trip experiences, art instruction, as well as a core component of Horizons is swimming.
I like
We're
seeing
so grateful
Muslims
for the-
swim.
Right. This is dumb. That's so
I love
crazy.
seeing Muslims.
They get in there with the whole fucking thing on. It's like, oh God, Jesus Christ. Just don't even get in if you don't get into all this shit on.
Who? That's a Muslim.
Yeah, he's got the whole cloak on and all that
They
shit.
can't get in. They can't wear bikinis and
That's
shit.
why I'm glad I'm a Christian, because I'll burn up in that water.
It's what our families love. It's what our students love. It's critical to the work that we do at Horizons.
Basketball Stars have been 3-time winners for the Icon competition, which is ran by the Women's League of Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington. We have also won our very first competition where we were competing against several other dance teams in the junior category. I've also received awards as the Outstanding Coach of the Year award with this organization. Represent program is to just provide a safe place for the girls to come, a place where they get to express themselves through dance. We build relationships here.
She taught their
It
dance.
helps with building their self-esteem and just have fun.
I come back to this program every year because I just really love it.
Keeping me coming back is the kids. I love what I do. I'm very passionate about what I do. I wouldn't trade it for nothing in the world. I love these kids.
Future P
I
Valley.
love the energy. I love what they give to me. They're the ones that keep me coming back.
Hey, them little kids were getting it too.
Yeah, I don't know. That old lady taught them their dance.
Yeah, and she was crying. She loved them and shit. I think that's awesome.
She fast.
But the girls,
This morning, we're featuring a new program in
The
DC
girls
that
and the
seems to
old
be
woman.
hitting all the right notes. Jess Arnold has been spearheading the series, and Jess Stearns is, of course,
Damn,
right with
big
us in
suit.
studio and taking it back to DC's good old roots.
Helping high school students and young adults make go-go music. So it's giving them some mentors that not all kids have. All right, here we go. Yeah, this soccer beat.
In this magical place, a new go-go band
Go-Go is a good feeling.
featuring 23-year-old Belair, 18-year-old Scrappy, 20-year-old Big Guy, as they like to go by. Go-Go Pro Shorty Corleone
Front line, come off real quick.
built this band to keep the music and them alive.
We're here to change lives. We're here to save lives.
Just a typical black young man growing up in the ghetto, to be honest. Where I had good moments and bad moments, little struggle moments and stuff like that.
Other people his age
Just the typical black young man growing up in the hood. Like, I mean, if a white person were to say this, it would be racist, man.
Cool. black young man growing up in the ghetto, to be honest. Well, I had good moments and bad moments, little struggle moments and stuff like that.
Other people his age singing a more dangerous tune.
It's always been going on, but it's programs that like this that will kind of curve, that negative energy or curve idle time. We know music calms a savage beast.
So Shorty started the Crank the Music program with DC's Department of Parks and Recreation this summer. It gives high school students and young adults the chance to learn from musicians who've been playing for decades. The city pays them for it too.
It was inspiring for all of us because they had fun, but then they were eager.
Access to a state-of-the-art fucking studio, musicians, professional musicians. I mean, where's all the disadvantage? I'm just seeing a bunch of advantage, man.
This is no joke, man. That's like an SSL duality or something like that, man. That's like $1 million console.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Our tax dollars paid for all of it.
all we're seeing is privilege. That's all I'm seeing is opportunity.
After
privilege.
opportunity.
You want to make films, you want to make music, you want to dance, you want this, you want to do that, and then this is not counting HVAC, CDL, free shit. They got free shit for all that shit.
Eager to learn more and learn more.
And learn more about their DC roots.
Every time I go to a cookout, all you hear is go-go. Old go-go, new go-go, so just go-go.
And in order for it to survive and continue to grow, there has to be, another spin on it.
Make like new music with old go-go, make a new go-go, you feel me?
No matter which part of DC they call home, this community center in Columbia Heights is a haven.
Good job, good job, good job.
I want to make sure people who might not have uplifting environment at home or a supportive environment at home feel like
how what I'm saying, rough she is.
They could come here and express themselves and feel like safe.
Just show them
She like she shoplift panties.
You're not alone. People care about you. They want to see.
You need auto-tune, that's for sure.
A safe space between the strings and cymbals as they compose brighter futures.
No doubt, really interesting and no doubt creative as well. I think the question for folks that are looking at home, are they looking to recruit students now?
Absolutely. I just talked to them yesterday and they said starting December 6th, this band is going on tour to different high schools in the area to try to recruit the next class. And they said they'll just start making these groups as they get enough people signed up. So really exciting for us.
Popping really bad now.
And when I see this, as we
fifth word or so.
You know what the problem is with all these programs is like there's just no jobs after this. It's not like they teach cats how to be mechanics or plumbers or no shit. The bike shit is good.
Even the musical engineer part.
Yeah, like learn that, like learn the background. Like, what are you gonna do? Maybe one will blow up and the rest will just be like smoking cigarettes. Be like, yeah, I used to know that motherfucker.
Yeah,
man.
sitting around talking about the person who made it.
Yep. Like it's just we're dumping money.
It's dream skills. It's not job skills.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, push them into the medical field. Like, we need more nurses. We need more teachers. I mean,
any like roofers. Like, yo, man, here you can here's some studio time, but you got to learn how to fucking be an electrician. Yep.
Some men afraid of heights.
No, but they got free stuff, free programs.
nah, not awesome in here.
I was bullshitting.
But I mean, I think they're helping the kids that would make it anyway. Those kids that are doing well in those programs are kids who would do well without the program.
I disagree.
And there's a whole nother crew of kids. I mean, obviously the crime rate's going up and up and up. Even with all these, the more money they pour into programs, the more the crime goes up. So they're not whatever this stuff is. It doesn't affect the people who are committing the crimes.
Well, and you know there's parents behind them getting there on time.
Right, there are concerned parents.
Bro.
These kids have concerned parents who are getting them into the programs.
Man, you think you just Mayo? You guess that they getting there on time? They might not even be getting there on time, bro. Like that's just an assumption you made.
Yeah.
Give me a city, man. We'll do a city, a couple cities, man.
Do you ever do like Stockton or anything like or?
Yeah, we did Oakland last week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we did. We did that a couple days ago, not too long ago.
What?
Did you see that glider in San Francisco spraying down the homeless person?
Those jokes.
Oh man.
How about Fresno? How about Fresno?
Is that the same as Cisco? Like
we'll do Bay Area.
All right. I'm just kind of
Bay
curious.
Area.
Yeah.
Bay Area and Memphis.
Yo.
Oh, it is? No, that's
Fraser Boy.
Memphis, that's its whole own show.
Yeah, Memphis is
Hey yo, I stopped asking for Detroit because I feel like they just bury the news, man. Like they make it real hard for you to find shit, man. Like how we like we're third place in all the fucked up shit, but there's 2 stories and one of it be a fucking glider.
Yeah, it's very hard to find that stuff.
I don't think you're gonna find much recent in the Bay Area because the weather they're having out there.
Oh, they're having
yeah, they're having flooding and all that shit right now. So
that means there's a potential for looting.
Give me a city, guys.
Gary, Indiana.
Gary is
They don't have their own channel on YouTube. They don't, only Chicago does. Gary doesn't.
Oh yeah,
Gary's rough, bro.
Oh yeah, I can do Indianapolis though. We did Indianapolis the other day.
Used to know when you was driving to Chicago when you was close because you could smell Gary. It stunk so fucking bad.
Oh, the mills.
Yeah, it smelled like assholes and old eggs. Rugged.
Indianapolis is a gift. It's a gift that keeps on giving, man. Very much so.
Did you see what I put in the back chat? Workers stabbed by 2 teens Taco Bell over not wanting to pay any money.
You put it. It's a YouTube video, huh?
Is it a YouTube video?
New York Post article.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
It happens far too often, not just in Indiana, but nationally as well. We lose about 5 children a day nationally from some form of maltreatment.
Now at 4:30, we're learning more about the death of a 7-month-old girl on Indy's east side. As we first reported yesterday, her death is now being investigated as a homicide.
Fox 59's Jesse Wells has more on that case and how the death reflects a disturbing trend statewide.
The young child passed away after being taken here to Riley Hospital. In addition to her death being ruled a homicide, police reports now show IMPD previously investigated reports of abuse or neglect involving the same victim.
On Sunday morning, IMPD officers were called to this apartment complex along Linwood Avenue and found 7-month-old Harmony Jones not breathing.
Harmony Jones. God damn it, son, kid. Killed Harmony Jones dead, man. That's so sad. Let's see what else is going on.
We start live at 5 as a Lawrence police officer recovers from the injuries he suffered during a shootout. This all happened yesterday evening, and we first told you about it during the news at 10 as breaking news.
Yeah, the suspected shooter is dead tonight, and Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has the latest update from police and also spoke with a neighbor who talks about how this entire situation got started.
It was just a couple days before Christmas here in the 9400 block of Burwood Circle that a neighbor tells me an argument over that trash can resulted in the suspected gunman firing bullets into her house.
This could have been gliders.
They have a cowboy reporting on it too, man. Look at this cat.
I can tell you this could have been Gliders can get mad over stuff like that, like respect, like having respect for the like. If you don't do the like, you know what I'm saying? If you put your shit out on the wrong day, Gliders.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah!
But shooting into the house.
Well, the shooting in the house is a problem, but you never know. I mean, let's see.
An argument over that trash can resulted in the suspected gunman firing bullets into her house.
That's Gliders.
It was dark last night when Lawrence SWAT team officers approached the ranch house at the end of the cul-de-sac with an arrest warrant.
When officers arrived, one of the suspects, the male suspect, exited the rear of the residence and engaged our officers in gunfire.
The couple in the ranch house were wanted for firing 15 shots into a neighbor's house.
We were just trying to be good neighbors and move their trash cans so we didn't back into it and damage it.
The man didn't show up for court on a relatively low-level felony, and the woman tampered with her court-ordered GPS monitor. While officers applied a tourniquet to the wounded policeman's leg out back of the house, the suspect and his girlfriend decided to make a run for it and drive for freedom.
The suspects were shooting out of the front window of their house. Then they proceeded to get into their vehicle to flee, and they were still firing at the police.
As they were trying to exit the residence, there were shots fired from the vehicle at our officers. Our officers returned fire, and the incident concluded from there.
The gunman was dead, the girlfriend wounded in the leg. The officer rushed to the hospital by 2 IMPD officers. Today, the neighbors tallied up the damage from dozens of gunshots exchanged by 5 officers and a man who wouldn't surrender.
He didn't have to die. They could have turned themselves in and they could have went to court. Even if you went to jail for a little bit, you'd still be alive.
You know, of course, like in every circumstance like this, the suspect has a say in what happened also.
Police are reviewing not only neighborhood surveillance video, but also...
I'm convinced these are Gliders, man.
Yeah, guaranteed Gliders get on the scoreboard tonight.
Yeah, nobody's care. There's no like talk about how like it shouldn't have happened, and you know, there was other options that the police could have used.
They're not calling it disembodied gun crime.
Yeah.
I love the woman actually calling out the criminals.
Yeah,
like they didn't have to die; they could have done this instead of saying, "Oh, they didn't have to die; the police should have done this."
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's how you know it was Gliders.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a Glider neighborhood because he was concerned about the trash can and brought it in for them. They do me like
we're hearing
that.
from an Indianapolis.
And there wasn't like, man, it's crazy around here, man. It's getting really bad around. And it's just like this is like a one-off.
Well, tonight we're hearing from an Indianapolis woman who survived being shot at this Southside gas station.
Then he like took 2 steps back and was like, I don't want to have to do this. And then he pulled the gun out and he pointed it at me.
Tonight, Courtney Hall says this happened when a stranger tried to carjack her. She tells us she was shot by accident when another stranger tried to protect her from the would-be thief.
Fox 59's Jesse Wells spoke to her after she got out of the hospital and shares the moment she says led up to this shooting.
Here at this Marathon gas station on Thompson Road Sunday night, police were called to a homicide that started when a woman walked outside and saw a stranger pulling on her door handle, trying to force his way into her SUV.
And I was like, could you please move away from the door? My kids are in here and I'm just trying to get home.
That woman, Courtney Hall, who asked that we not show her face, claims because her 4 young kids were in the back seat, she refused to cooperate with the suspect, who then assaulted her.
I was fighting him and then he like took 2 steps back and was like, I don't want to have to do this. And then he pulled the gun out and he pointed it at me.
Courtney says that's when she screamed for help.
And this man, he was walking out the gas station and he was like, hey, what are you doing to her? Get off of her.
Police claim that bystander then shot and killed 26-year-old Devin Dungan.
Okay.
Glider.
The bystander was a Glider for sure.
Why? Because he didn't kill her too.
The good Samaritan. Yeah, the good Samaritan was a
didn't kill her kid.
Is it going to end in a lawsuit? Is my question.
Yo, Gliders, people are fucking fighting back. This is heartwarming, man.
Can you tell?
Walking out the gas station and he was like,
No doubt.
Can you tell if it's a glider or not by the brand of gasoline? Like Marathon, maybe, you know?
Nah. We got marathons are everywhere in the hood. But I think you could, if you knew what kind of, whether they got 91, 93, or 95, I think you could tell you could 89, 91, or 93. I mean, you could tell if it was a glider by that. But
You
you
can
know,
tell
I
if they
don't
got
know.
a backwoods, if they got a backwoods
Yeah.
sign in the front window.
This man, he was walking out the gas station and he was like, "Hey, what are you doing to her? Get off of her."
Police claim that bystander then shot and killed 26-year-old Devin Dungan. The shooter stayed on scene and cooperated. Courtney believes Dungan arrived at the marathon in this black Buick, which had been reported stolen in a carjacking involving different victims at this business on Manor Road. That happened just a half
Look
hour.
at the carnage. I mean, like the fact that people like act like this is no, they carjack and then they use the carjack car to carjack some.
Yeah,
I mean,
like what was his end motive here? Like what was his big plan? Like to carjack? Like how do you make money off of that?
No, it's for fun. It's just for fun.
Yeah,
Jesus.
So the carjack is dead.
Yes.
Yeah. It's predation though. This is predation. This is like Hot Black says. They're predators. This is not really for any like. This is an expression of their dominance. This is nut swinging. This is a lion just fucking strangling the shit out of a fucking impala and not even eating it. You know what I'm saying? This is like fucking. You know what I'm saying? This is just predation, man.
Yeah. It's like when dolphins rape.
Exactly.
And then he woke up in hell.
Black Buick, which had been reported stolen in a carjacking involving different victims at this business on Manor Road. That happened just a half hour before the deadly shooting.
Never stopping at a gas station at night again. I haven't stopped thinking about it.
Despite the terrifying ordeal, one bullet tore through Courtney's driver's side door. Her wrist and arm remained bandaged after she was hit by 2 bullets. But she still praised the bystander who fired the shots for stepping in to help.
Yeah, I was real thankful, like, because I don't know what would have happened, you know, if that man wasn't there, you know, to help me.
Jesse Wells, Fox 59 News.
So what's he gonna do? He's gonna take her and her 4 kids. Or he's gonna take the car with her 4 kids in it. What he's gonna like drive off and then like let them out somewhere?
Probably.
And then he already had a car, so was he working with somebody?
Maybe so. Or
But
maybe
if he would have had a go-go band to join,
that's true. None of this would have happened.
There's not enough
The
go-go
police
in
say the man
Indianapolis.
was questioned and released without being arrested. The Marion County Prosecutor's Office will now decide if any criminal charges will be filed.
It couldn't have been that bad of a neighborhood if she felt comfortable to get gas at night, though.
Right.
I like stories like this.
She didn't know any better till now.
Sisters just braver, man, because they
I used to
Hell
get
yeah.
gas. I used to get gas at night all the time, and then I started watching your show years ago, and I stopped getting gas at night.
Change your ways.
I
huh?
did some.
Yeah,
I did some
changed my
digging on
ways.
that. I had to dig some digging on that first story. Guy's name is Dalen Oates.
glider.
Dalen kind of sounds sunny.
Yeah, a glider, yeah.
So, on the other story where they had a shootout with the cops and everybody, that one.
And that's a glider because it was over a garbage can.
Yeah, I got enough story.
But it was they brought the garbage can in to those other people and then they shot them up for it. So it
Yeah,
could have been
their
either.
neighbors were doing something nice for them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
No, that's crazy gliders.
No act of kindness goes unpunished in glider stand. Let's see what is going on.
Right now at 4, the search is on for suspects in a quadruple shooting that left 3 people dead in Mayfair. Surveillance cameras captured various angles of the crime in progress, But what unfolded was so brutal, we can't show you on TV. It is Tuesday
Damn.
afternoon.
That means they
I'm
stood
Sarah
over them. You know that, right? They stood over them.
And I'm Brian Taft. The big story
Really?
on Action News today is the investigation into last night's cold-blooded ambush killing of 3 young men. Police say they were gunned down after a shopping trip and more than 50 shots were fired.
Action News reporter
After a shopping trip, they were shopping. You can't even shop. Oh yeah, that's right. It was black dudes did. If it was a white guy that did this, you can't even shop anymore. And it was black.
Maggie Kent is live at police headquarters with an update on the search for the gunman. Maggie.
Sarah and Brian, these shooters were lying in wait. On surveillance video, you could see them waiting for about 20 minutes for the victims to walk by.
Damn.
They were haunting them.
Yeah, they probably had some other shit from way before this, or right before this.
This is a beef, but
Yeah.
you know, some man can look at the dedication, man. I mean, just lying in wait, man.
Yeah, firing in concert.
Unloaded a barrage of bullets, killing 3, injuring another, and then they even ran them over with a car.
Oh my!
You see the suspects get out of a waiting
What did he
minivan,
do?
gun
Rape a little girl? I doubt it.
are firing. The target of their bullets, 4 men who had just come back from a trip to the mall, 18, 19, 24, and 28 years old. They were ambushed at the intersection of Roland and Guilford Streets. We paused the graphic video.
It just like kept going and going, you know? It was like
The shots kept coming. Police say they marked more than 50 bullet casings on the ground. After they were hit, some of the victims were run over by the shooters who drove off in that same van. Investigators say the 18 and 19-year-old victims died at the scene.
There was 2 people laying in the middle of the street that they weren't doing anything with, so they were dead, and then later they came in and they had them covered up.
The 24-year-old was rushed by private car to Nazareth Hospital, where he was pronounced dead.
one guy was laying on the ground, but he was still moving. Yeah, so it was, I think somebody picked him up and put him in the truck and tried to get him to the hospital.
The 28-year-old victim got into a nearby house where medics transported him to the hospital. He is in critical condition.
It's a tragedy, man. You know, it's such a waste. You know, all these young people, you know, they had so much potential, I'm sure, in their life. You know, they had friends.
Yeah, they did. They were going to be doctors.
Today, Philadelphia Anti-Drug, Anti-Violence Network, and community police officers came to the neighborhood to offer support and ask for tips. And on Thursday, the local police district will be having a community meeting at Lincoln High School to talk about this shooting. Police believe, sources tell me that they believe this may have been drug related. They have not released any identities of the
Of course, they shopping with the drug money.
Police headquarters. Maggie Kent, Channel 6, Action News.
But they led with shoppers. Like, stop.
You remember you did that story?
On parole is dead.
Remember you did that story on that postal worker that got killed?
Yeah, those getting the weed packages and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I
remember
just,
that,
I just found out that's why he died. He was into drugs.
No, that's an assumption. That's an assumption. They didn't get a package, and they killed him because they didn't get the package. So that doesn't mean that he stole it, even though he.
So he wasn't a dirty postal worker. So it's a lot of them.
He could have, but we need more evidence of that because those packages get seized at the distribution center all the time because they have scanners there that can intercept those things. And this was back in 2001 when I was doing this.
But
that was not delivered due to the person not being home, but it never showed back up at the post office.
And if he was steady on that shit and always bringing heavy boxes, and that shit might have smelled loud, he might have snatched that shit up, man. Could have.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it could have, but I wouldn't. When you look into that guy's background, it doesn't. If he was doing that shit, that would have been out of character.
Allen, out on parole, is dead tonight after being killed by a homeowner during a break-in.
It turns out this was the end of a violent day for that intruder when he ran into a Tangipahoa Parish mother who refused to be a victim.
Yeah, and Mike McDaniel has more for us tonight.
That's a glider house.
Yellow police tape was still outside Marquita Hampton's Tangipahoa Parish home Tuesday
sure?
morning.
Take it back.
But police.
2 days before,
Ooh.
authorities say her neighbor shot and killed a man during a home invasion.
They had like the little yellow tape or whatever.
What's wrong with her, man?
When did she just give up?
Nah, man. She got elephantitis, man. Chill.
At least her nails did.
That's another crime committed by an EBT card, right there.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, look, this is a rough area, man.
But hey, I'm not gonna talk about that lady. She killed the man that tried to kill her. So.
Oh, she killed her.
No, she's a neighbor.
Ah, she the neighbor. Oh well. She don't need to get on camera.
She's a product of her environment, man.
More for us tonight.
Yellow police tape was still outside Marquita Hampton's Tangipahoa Parish home Tuesday morning.
We seen nothing but police.
2 days before, authorities say her neighbor shot and killed a man during a home invasion.
They had like the little yellow tape or whatever wrapped around our house.
It happened early Sunday morning at the Hillside Mobile Home Park on Klein Road, just outside of Hammond.
It's incumbent upon the homeowner or a person to use reasonable force to protect themselves.
Chief Jimmy Travis with the Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office says 51-year-old Robert Reams broke into the woman's home while she and her 2 young kids were asleep.
Entered the residence with a covering over his face, armed with a lug wrench and a shovel.
Travis says Reams walked past one child sleeping on the couch, then went into the mother's bedroom. After a scuffle, the mom grabbed a gun and shot Reams in the upper thigh.
Subsequently hit a femoral artery and he bled out on scene.
Just hours before the shooting, Travis says Reams attempted to carjack a man who was giving him a ride. Travis says Reams was also out on parole for a 2001 armed robbery conviction. He served about 20 years before.
What's up with all these brothers doing a dub 15, 20 coming out and immediately going back to crime? Like
that's that 80% recidivism rate, man.
He could have got a fat glider and just lived off her ass, man. He had to do this.
He could have got a job anywhere. They give him jobs. Like
No, he want to be in a cage.
Wow, this is
he in a cage in hell now.
Basically, it's a shame, but
That's a lot cheaper for us.
Yeah, kudos to the mom for shooting.
Yeah, net positive.
And he got them teardrops, so he must kill somebody.
Oh yeah.
Being released last March. He had 2 felony convictions before that, one for drugs, another for theft.
This incident fits the Louisiana laws when it pertains to justifiable homicide.
Travis says the break-in was random and doesn't expect criminal charges. Because law enforcement can't be everywhere at once, Travis says homeowners need to be able to protect themselves.
Criminals need to take in consideration that not everybody's going to be a victim.
I haven't seen her since the incident happened.
Back at her home, Hampton can't stop thinking about what if Reams would have broken into her home instead of her neighbor's.
They could have been my baby. They could have been my kids in the house. They could have been me shooting somebody that just bringing tears to my eyes just by thinking about it.
A thought just feet away from being reality. Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
You would have scared him,
Neighbors
girl.
are telling us the mother and her kids.
I know. No one's gonna break in your shit. You looking
He would have
toothless and
said,
hopeless.
he would have said, I'm sorry, ma'am, and left.
Wrong house, my bad.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I was looking for somebody. I'm sorry.
Let me just take the sweet tea and I'm gonna be on my way, man.
He probably would have lived.
Kids haven't been staying at that home since the shooting. They say the mom does seem to be okay.
He'd have startled her and she'd have fell on top of him.
While on the job is out of the hospital. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Alicia Barnes. Well, that Uber driver says he's just grateful tonight to be alive after he was shot twice in his shoulder. Well, Queen City News reporter Daniel Pierce tonight live outside of the Mecklenburg County Courthouse.
Yeah, Daniel, that driver told you if the bullet would have been 1 centimeter to the right, he might have been dead.
Yeah, and Anthony, that Uber driver, was just so thankful that he is alive, that he is able to go home tonight, and that all of this took him by surprise. He told me that he specifically chose to be an overnight Uber driver because most of the clients that he was helping were people that are just getting off work late at night and have no other way to get home. But what happened Sunday has forever changed the way that he looks at his job.
When they start shooting, I get in a corner.
Did you get in a corner last night?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Tony Gaston doesn't know what's become of his neighborhood. This stretch of homes along the 3,500 block of Cypress Pond Drive is full of families, children, and at night, the sound of gunfire.
One pop, and a car sped off.
What he heard was the life of Anthony Facey nearly being taken. The 28-year-old Uber driver was transporting a juvenile customer to a location at around 2:15 Sunday morning. This is when Anthony typically works, but this typical schedule took an atypical turn real quick. Authorities say 38-year-old Antoine Turner walked up to the side of Anthony's vehicle. He then fired at least 2 shots into the side of the car.
Told me this morning, it happened right here on my street, in my neighborhood, at 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever happened. I don't play that.
Things didn't stop there. Anthony drove nearly 2 miles while bleeding to this spot along North Graham Street, where he called 911.
Reported that Uber driver who was shot multiple times.
But as this call was going out, the juvenile passenger inside the Uber robbed Anthony of his wallet and ran away.
God
Both
damn.
suspects were caught incredibly quickly. That is what CMPD told me earlier today. They have not identified or said if both of these suspects were working together or if one crime just led to the other happening. Turner is going to be making his first court appearance here
And that's a
at the
50-50
Mecklenburg County
shot.
Courthouse tomorrow. He faces
Wow.
That's a 50-50 shot if they were working together or not.
Yeah,
It's awful that we even speculate that, man.
What he facing?
Gotta go.
is one charge of assault with a deadly weapon causing bodily harm and 1 count of shooting into an occupied vehicle. Talking with
Why not
Anthony
attempted
today
murder?
for the brief moment that I was able to speak with him, he said that these people didn't just take his security or keep him out of a job for a few weeks. He says that he will never want to be an Uber driver again after what happened. Live in Uptown, Daniel Pierce.
He should never want to be around
It's
black
just a
people again
terrifying
after what
ordeal.
happened.
Daniel, thank you for getting in touch with them. And in response to drivers being endangered on the job, Uber recently rolled out a rider verification feature to add an extra layer of protection for its workers. And the company says if a driver feels unsafe, they can end the ride immediately.
Attempt to steal a vehicle at a gas pump turns into a struggle.
Yo, you remember when they were like afraid that Uber drivers would get raped and shit, or the Uber drivers would rape women? Didn't turn out that way.
They are raping women.
Not as much as they're getting
It's
shot
just,
up.
yeah, they're getting shot up the most though.
it's rough out here, man.
Well, that and they say that you can, turn down rides and everything, but I guarantee somebody's going to look at it if they turn down 3 black passengers in a row because the person standing there doesn't match the picture in the profile.
Yeah, it's rough, man, out here for people to try to make decisions based on observations and past data and knowledge. It's all going to be considered racist, always.
Attempt to steal a vehicle at a gas pump turns into a struggle between a suspect and a victim trying to protect her property.
Fox 2's Stephanie Rothman spoke exclusively with the woman who took matters into her own hands.
On Tuesday, January 3rd, shortly after 5:30, Williams, who asked not to use her first name, was coming home from work when her usual gas trip on St. Charles Rock Road turned into a fight for her life.
I'm putting the cap back on the gas tank and I hear my door. And once I hear my door, I see the light inside of my car and I see a man jumping over to the driver's side.
That's when adrenaline took over and she leapt into action, literally through her back seat.
I just started hitting him and he had his arm up, but he kept going and like he was reaching. And I just thought, I have my purse, I'm conceal and carry, my gun is there. So I grabbed it and it's in a safety clip. So I actually had to take it out and he saw me taking it out of the clip and he panicked.
The suspect, who Williams described as a young teen.
So she doesn't have her gun already What do you think about that, guys? Like not having the gun ready to fire instantly.
But what she means by a safety clip is she's got it in a holster in her purse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
I don't know. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
He about to have that damn car.
You think she was at any marches before all this happened?
Oh, definitely. She's still gonna go to one. This doesn't change. None of this stuff changes anything, man.
I don't know. Do you think someone who goes to the kind of marches are the type of people that actually would fight back?
Yeah, I mean, look.
I don't know.
None
That's
of
what I was
this
asking.
stuff changes anything for a woman. A son sister will see this, and the next day it's just the same thing because she did this. Okay, she had to fight this guy off, right? She had to fight this guy off, but the next person, she won't feel compassion for them. She doesn't have any compassion. She doesn't have that natural compassion that most human beings have. So she's not going to see the next person as a victim. She's going to see the next person as either she doesn't care if the next person kills the Sun team or harms the Sun team. She's going to see it as they didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? I did it. I pulled my gun out.
All I had to do was show my gun and it worked.
They're gonna. She doesn't have compassion.
I hope not.
These people don't have compassion.
Yo, Ak, you bring up a very good point. I've noticed that every cat that starts like working at a nonprofit to stop crime is like their dad had to get killed first or niece had to get gut stomped before they was like, you know what? Let me join in.
Yeah, let me help the people that killed my family member.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is normal.
Should have been helping before anybody got killed.
He saw me taking it out of the clip and he panicked.
The suspect, who Williams described as a young teen, jumped out, getting back into another car and drove off. Her car still rolling.
I literally had to jump from my back seat to my front seat so I can stop my car from going towards the pump and a person.
Photos from surveillance video shared by police show the suspect pull up next to Williams in a white sedan, no license plates. The attempted slider crime, nothing new. Williams shared her experience after seeing our story on Friday about several at one gas station in Creve Coeur. Each time the thieves get away, but not this time. Her Hyundai was stolen a month ago. She said she didn't want it to happen again.
We both could have got hurt, you know.
Damn, dog. Oh my.
This woman's living that's a rough life, man. I mean, that's a month in the life of this woman. And God knows what else she's gone through. And it's just like this, it won't change anything. It definitely won't change her voting habits.
She probably gonna say, I lost my son to gun violence a couple years ago, and my father also was killed to gun violence. Like, they always have such a sad story.
Yeah, it's just
every time.
Victimization is.
So definitely blessed that it didn't go the other way, that I'm safe and I'm able to talk about it and warn other people.
With so many gas stations up and down this road, there was another carjacking recently where the suspect was charged. As for this incident, no breaks so far, but police urge anyone with information to come forward as they investigate. Reporting in Bridgeton, Stephanie Rothman, Fox 2 News.
Hi, everybody, welcome in tonight. And off the top of 10, a bold attack on an armed truck driver. And tonight, the suspects made off with much more than just cash.
Adrian D. Piazza is live on East West Highway in Hyattsville with the very latest. Adrian?
Good evening to you. This is a residential area, apartments nearby, and a mall as well. But this robbery happened right here. Let me show you at this ATM. People who live here and come to this area are shocked.
Normally, like, around here is really a safe place, but like hearing from that is like really like upsetting.
To say that you're gonna use a gun to rob somebody else when they have a gun, you know, this is crazy.
Hyattsville police say the Brinks driver was taking cash out of the ATM when two men wearing ski masks came up with a rifle and a handgun. This was just after 4 o'clock today. The suspects took cash from the ATM and the Brinks employee's gun. Sky Fox was over the scene as police investigated. They tell me they are looking into any possible security cameras that may have recorded the robbery. It's strikingly similar to a crime just 3 days ago in D.C. Police say 3 suspects robbed a security guard and a person servicing an ATM on Bladensburg Road in Northeast. They also got away with cash. Here in Hyattsville, people tell me this crime is enough to make them think twice about where they live.
Hey, Ak, you think those
It's hard to believe that something like that is happening.
Nah.
Because aren't there usually 2 guys, 2 Brinks guys, not just one?
Nah, these guys are brazen like that. It don't have. I mean, it could be, but I mean, these guys are brazen now. You got guys that used in older generations you'd have to graduate to this stuff. Now you got fucking dudes doing this at young ages, man. The young dumb full of cum and they're just running up on Brinks trucks. And it doesn't have to be like some seasoned veteran with an inside.
They got 12-year-olds doing this now.
Yeah,
Well, I think it's awesome that they're getting Brinks trucks at least.
Yeah, I think that is.
At least they can get some money out of it. This is not that stupid fucking petty shit. Like
those trucks are easy. Those trucks are easy to hit.
I know, but
I've seen them the way they conduct themselves. Like, yup, man, they're not looking around. Yeah, you had the terrible.
Nah, they walk past. I had one man walk past me with all that money. He just walk past me.
Yeah, but it ain't easy to get that money back in circulation.
Yeah.
Oh, really? It's not.
That
break that
depends
down.
on which end it's coming from.
That is true. That is true.
And if it's coming in, it's easy. It's none of that shit's marked or
Yeah.
noted.
But he was taking
If
it
it's
out.
coming out, it's all been scanned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, man. I mean,
I'm trying to look at the bright side of things.
The sunnier side.
The sunny side.
Here we go. We're gonna end on this. Be more. Stand up, be more.
A rough start to the Mayor Squeegee collaborative plan.
Despite that plan banning squeegee kids from 6 major corridors in the city, this was the scene at many of them this evening. Squeegee kids seemingly paying no mind to the ban, or maybe they didn't know at all.
Who's shocked by that?
Only the mayor.
I'm not
Only the
shocked at
mayor.
all.
Yeah, the squeegee kids are not paying attention to what the mayor told them. That's
Collaborative plan.
Despite that plan banning squeegee kids from 6 major corridors in the city, this was the scene at many of them this evening. Squeegee kids seemingly paying no mind to the ban, or maybe they didn't know at all. Meantime, some of our reporters in the field this evening caught them on camera.
That's right. Fox 45's Jeff Abel was one of those reporters. He joins us now live. And Jeff, what'd you see out there tonight?
Well, starting today, kids armed with squeegees are now banned from 6 of the city's highest traveled intersections. But not every child appears to be listening.
At Pratt and President Streets tonight, the signs are up and the squeegee kids are still out.
You don't expect them to go anywhere?
Not necessarily, no.
This is one of the city's 6 new no squeegee zones, part of the city's new crackdown, which went into effect today. But at Pratt and President, our cameras captured at least 5 squeegee kids hustling in the no squeegee zone tonight.
I really did not expect that the corners would have any squeegee kids there today. If you're starting at the first day with not listening, I doubt that you're going to continue not listening.
You saw 4 youngsters. You observed them. Someone engaged them, and they left.
Dr. Andre Bundley, who oversees the program at City Hall, spent this day keeping watch on the city's 6 new zones.
We've had no young people in the disallowed zones all day.
But those who live and work here at Pratt and President tell a different story. At 2:30 this afternoon, one neighbor captured this, a squeegee kid on the hood of a truck. Another one
Bro, dog.
That's so embarrassing.
Stop it, bro.
You just embarrass a black woman right there.
Just scratching his paint and shit. Fuck this guy, man.
And they just wait till that asshole that was on before leaves, and they go right back to it.
Yeah,
it's not like they're gonna go. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all remember Martin when I can't think of his name. He jumped on the hood of the car trying to clean Sam windows.
Your sound is fucked up.
Yeah, man. This is crazy.
The truck, another one on a nearby bicycle, and a third squeegee kid on the side of the road.
I don't know. I don't have a belief in that.
We showed our pictures to Bunley tonight.
I think they are aware, but sometimes when you're aware and you're still hungry, you make choices.
These kids ain't fucking
When two
hungry.
police cruisers pulled into Pratt and President Street.
Yeah, they're not hungry. You know,
Get a job at McDonald's.
Their
They'll
jeans
give
are
you a-
$700, bro.
They
Stop,
get
man.
their mama get EBT.
$1,500. Yeah, these kids ain't fucking. Like, all these kids are doing this shit because it's you don't have the responsibility.
It's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's fun to terrorize people. They're getting a kick out of this.
Exactly. They're enjoying being terrorists and being lazy. This is lazy too. You all think about it. If you out there all day and all you get is one person dumb enough to have their phone in plain sight where you can snatch it and clean out their Cash App or their PayPal, you've made a week's worth of work.
And look at the guy in charge of it. He's shown a fucking picture and he refuses to believe it.
Right.
Oh, no, that guy in charge is making like $200,000 a year, man. He's doing good. That guy has no credentials at all to do that.
And if the squeegee problem goes away, he loses that money.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah,
that's the thing, bro.
Yeah, they're probably working for him. Actually, he's got those guys working the corner for him.
I don't know what I'd do if I got robbed by somebody with some Crocs and skinny jeans, man. I'd probably just kill myself, man.
Slides.
I ain't gonna lie, like if they, I don't know, they hop in my car, I have to run them over, and if they take me out, sure, it's gonna be a war between my family and their family, a never-ending war. So my daddy Italy, he'll die for me.
Yeah, but the gliders are very understanding, man. They were just like, oh, it wasn't their fault that they shot my dad 7 times and gut stomped him.
My daddy would go to jail. My daddy would literally go to prison for me. He would die for me. So if a squeegee boy, if he shoot me, he better kill me. Because if I'm alive, me and my dad, we gonna link up and we gonna air everything out. Well, my daddy will. He'll take the charge.
We need more of your dad. We need more. We need more sugar daddies, man. We just need a lot of sugar daddies.
That's my dad. My real father. My real blood daddy. Not sugar daddy.
Is you sugar baby though?
No, I'm a married woman.
No, what's your nickname?
Brown sugar.
Oh, brown sugar. Yeah, you need a sugar
daddy.
You
said sugar baby. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. You know what I mean? That's the other way.
Okay.
Off your
you
name,
said daddy, then you said sugar
Yeah.
daddy and sugar baby. I got confused.
Yeah, my bad. Go on, tell me more about murdering them.
Tonight, the squeegee kids vanished. Police have not confirmed whether warnings were issued on this first day. Bunley insists the problem will not be fixed overnight, but those who live and work in this area seem to be losing patience.
I thought this was one little step in the right direction, and I don't want to see it fail, but I really didn't want to see squeegee kids on the corner tonight.
This pasty fuck was like, they put up a sign.
Warnings to squeegee kids who are found to be in these intersections. It will only be issuing citations on the 3rd violation.
What the?
Live tonight, Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
They'll be only so you gotta catch them 3 times in the same spot.
They gonna violate that shit like 4 times in one day and not get caught.
Yeah, they just gonna rotate.
But what is the citation? What is that? After the 3 times you get caught, what do you get?
You get your squeegee taken away.
They're not gonna get satisfied until a lot of them get killed. I'm telling you.
For 30 days, they take your squeegee for 30 days.
They're gonna mandatory go-go lessons. That's all that's gonna happen, man. It's gonna put them in another program.
You're banned from buying Windex and shit.
Wow. Damn.
Got to be 18 years old or older to buy Windex in
Oh
Baltimore.
my god. No criminal history.
Hey, that's what they do with spray paint.
You can get a dildo though. They got them bitches. You just right on the counter. You can just go grab you one of those.
Wow. Yeah, man. All right, man. Great show, man.
Mossy, he's so funny.
Peace out.
Peace, y'all.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Peace out.
Yeah, too.
Yeah, likewise.
Good night.
Brown sugar.
Yeah.